I mean, I thought I would because I could, right? Welcome, everyone. I call the November 15th, 2022 regular City Council meeting to order. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. The City of Bothell is now providing the option of attending council meetings remotely or in person. Public comment will be allowed both in writing or verbally. Verbal comments may be taken either in person or remotely. Sign-up sheets were provided online by the City Clerk's office via link from the agenda. A call-in number was provided on the meeting agenda for members of the public who wish to call in by phone to listen live to the meeting. If you have called in, we ask that you mute your device so as not to interfere with the meeting. If a participant fails to mute their connection and causes a disruption to the meeting, the connection will be terminated. At this point, we will take a moment to take roll call of the council members by position number. Please say here when the city clerk calls your name.
Councilmember Zorns?
Here.
Mayor Thompson?
Here.
Councilmember Alders?
Here.
Councilmember McNeil?
Here.
Councilmember Menke?
Here.
Councilmember Dodd?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to reiterate some meeting guidelines. For all remote meeting attendees, please speak clearly and pause frequently. State your name each time before speaking, and mute your microphone when not speaking. The first item on the agenda is meeting agenda approval. Are there any changes to tonight's agenda? If anybody wants to add anything, I'm not voting for it. Oh, Councilmember Alders.
I'm sorry. It came to my attention this week that November 13th through 20th is Transgender Awareness Week, and we don't have a proclamation prepared. So I am requesting that we add an additional agenda item to next year, that we would observe Transgender Awareness Week, and that would mean adding it to our proclamation calendar. That's my motion. If somebody would like to back me up on that.
Second.
How do we handle this? Do we do a motion in a second right here without an agenda bill?
No, I think we're a little ahead on this one. So I believe
Okay.
what you're looking for tonight is any changes to tonight's agenda, and I think this is for future agenda topics. Paul, if that
My apologies,
if that
Mayor.
works to withdraw and bring it back up, I think that'd be fair.
All right. Hold on for like a few minutes, and we'll do that again. All right, seeing no others, we're going to move on to presentations, reports, and briefings. All right, upcoming public engagement opportunities. Coffee with a Cop on Friday, November 18th from 9:30 to 11 a.m. at the Thrasher's Corner Starbucks, 2020 Maltby Road. You can come to the Thrasher's Corner Starbucks this Friday morning, say hello to Bothell Police, ask questions, and share any concerns. No purchase necessary. Orca Recovery Day is Saturday, November 19th, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Join our belated celebration by volunteering to help plant native trees and shrubs in part of the former Wayne Golf Course to help cool the water for salmon. You can learn more at bothellwa.gov/Orca Day 2022. Sunday, November 20th is Transgender Day of Remembrance. Join the City of Bothell in recognizing the memory of transgender people whose lives were lost in acts of anti-transgender violence. You can read the city's latest dive-in newsletter to learn more at bothellwa.gov/diversity. And the Sammamish River and Waynita Creek Restoration Project, there's going to be a virtual open house November 1st through 30th online. You can learn about the project and share your feedback about design alternatives for the salmon habitat portion of the former Wayne Golf Course. You can learn more at bothellwa.gov/SRWC. All right, we have proclamations. This is for Lung Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas lung cancer is the leading cause of cancer death among men and women in the United States, accounting for more deaths than colon cancer, breast cancer, and prostate cancer combined. And whereas, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, there were 7,564 new lung cancer cases and 4,504 deaths because of lung cancer between 2015 and 2019 in King and Snohomish counties. And whereas funding for lung cancer research trails far behind funding for research And whereas funding for lung cancer research trails far behind funding for research of many other cancers, and additional research is needed in early diagnosis, screening, and treatment for lung cancer, as well as in lung cancer affecting women and lung cancer health disparities. And whereas women diagnosed with lung cancer are more likely to be younger and non or never smokers, and whereas lung cancer incidence and mortality rates in women are rising relative to men, and more women die from lung cancer than breast cancer every year, and whereas organizations working in the Bothell community, such as the American Lung Cancer Screening Initiative and Women's Lung Cancer Forum, are committed to educating about lung cancer and lung cancer screening, and are working to increase lung cancer screening rates in Washington. Now therefore I, Mayor Thompson, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2022 as Lung Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Bothell, recognizing the need for research on lung cancer affecting women and lung cancer health disparities, and encouraging our community to learn about lung cancer and early detection through lung cancer screening. And we don't have anybody accepting this, but we will mail them a copy. All right, next up is National Family Caregivers Month. Whereas far too many Americans find themselves sandwiched between the enormous task of supporting aging parents, raising young children, and earning a living, and whereas over 50 million Americans provide crucial care and medical assistance to parents, children, siblings, and other loved ones, ensuring health and dignity, and whereas caring for loved ones often falls on women, people of color, and immigrants who shoulder a disproportionate share of the obligation, and whereas family caregivers are the backbone of the long-term care system, doing essential work with devotion, often at great emotional and financial cost, and whereas family caregivers deserve our support and should be recognized and celebrated for the work they do out of love and commitment, and now therefore I, Mason Thompson, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2022 as National Family Caregivers Month in the city of Bothell, and encourage our community members to reach out to those who provide care for family members to honor and thank them and help where they can. And I believe we have Jean Clark to accept and say a few words.
That proclamation says it all. I'm so grateful to accept this award from the council. Thank you for recognizing the efforts of one of so many caring for others. This award and the programs offered by North Shore Senior Center make this journey an easier one. I've been at it for 10 years and it's going well, but being recognized, it means the world to me. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you again. And we have North Shore Senior Center Director Nathan Phillips here as well. Would you like to say a few words?
Just thank you for recognizing the incredible work that caretakers do, the thousands of caretakers in Bothell and the millions of caretakers across the nation. So thank you so much for recognizing this important month.
Agreed. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the city manager report. City manager?
Well, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. It's hard to believe, but this year is like slipping by pretty quickly. And so as we have our elusive third meeting of November, because we had a meeting on the 1st, so it feels like this has gone pretty quickly. And just a couple of things I wanted to note. First of all, for those who may not know, and I know the council's aware and the ELT is aware as well, starting at our next regular meeting on December 6th, we're going to have a new member of the team. The Deputy City Manager, Tony Call, will be joining the organization and working as part of the executive office to really be able to focus on some day-to-day operations and some citywide strategies and projects. And so we'll be able to introduce Tony at the next city manager's report, and I'm really grateful for that. That also means that I was saying to Becky as I was preparing for tonight's meeting and looking at the script, it's also the last meeting that we have to say interim assistant city manager. We have rescoped her job, keeping the same title, but dropping the interim of assistant city manager. And as you'll notice in a theme of some presentations tonight, The intent is to have that assistant city manager position focusing on human services, some DEI work, and as well as continuing to lead communications efforts for the city and telling Bothell's story to the community. I'm extremely grateful for everything that Becky has done, and I know from having assistant city manager tied to my name, it's also oftentimes it means that you're doing the where else is this going to go type things, and Becky has handled it so well. I do believe that her position going forward will have a greater area of focus, but I also am just thankful to know in her DNA she'll also not say no, but how can I help? And it's been a big lift for her, and it's been a huge support for me, so I'm very, very grateful. As we also look ahead, I just wanted to note that we are going to have a special meeting on the 29th. Again, I know that's not a surprise to council, but for people who are watching at home, clerk's office will be posting that, and that will be with the purpose of conducting interviews for Planning Commission and Arts Commission. So we will have a post-Thanksgiving meeting to look forward to on a Tuesday night. And then next up, looking at the month of December and realizing we have a holiday season and year end coming up, what I'd like to suggest to council is that we go ahead and cancel both the December 20th and January 3rd meetings. It seems like a lot to cancel too, but that really just means we'll have a 3-week break when there's 2 significant holidays and milestones to go. And I do believe we'll be able to pick up the balance of that. I mean, frankly, those meetings would probably not have many eyes on them, nor would they have complex content. So I think having a break and taking a breath and enjoying time with family will be great for both staff and for council, I'm sure. So if there's no objections, we'll move forward with canceling those. And then finally, just as a reminder too of there's no good deed that goes unpunished, we'll also be looking at adding a council retreat in January. So more details to come on that. And looking forward to, again, getting through this year, we're getting close to budget adoption time, but also being able to reset and be ready for 2023.
Just to clarify, you said December 20th. Is that what you meant, or the 27th?
There would not be a meeting on the 27th, naturally, as the 4th
I see.
Tuesday. So yeah, the 20th would be normally a
Just to
third
clarify.
Tuesday meeting, and we would have a meeting. But thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Dodd?
I just wanted to say thanks to Becky for all of her great work. It's been a long period of transition, and obviously before I was on council, just on a commission and as a resident, like, great work. Like, thank you so much. So thanks.
I would add especially through the pandemic. It was especially, there was a lot of upheaval during that time, and Becky was just always very responsive to the needs of the community, and just to have an official title for you and role and scope is really exciting. So glad that part's over and we can move forward to this next phase. Thanks.
I'm going to say kind of the same thing. Becky, you took the hardest jobs at the hardest times in a period of tremendous upheaval, and you owned them. You did a great job. I'm sure you complained in private, like I would have if I were you, but you never complained in public, and you showed up and you dealt with really tough stuff on a regular basis, and thank you. Like, don't think it wasn't noticed from up here. I'm super happy to hear that your title's been rescoped and you'll still be continuing to do a lot of the great work that you've been doing. So thank you so much. All right, next up, council committee reports. I'm looking for lights. Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I got a couple updates. One is the Regional Policy Committee. We had a briefing on the Behavioral Health Crisis Care Centers levy proposal that's coming up. We had a pretty great conversation as a council last week about that. But a couple outcomes from the Regional Policy Committee was to ensure that we understand across the region who we're serving and make sure that we're serving the diverse needs across the region. With these crisis centers, ensure we understand the outcomes of the programming that we're actually putting forward to ensure that we get the right programming out for those in need in the areas in need. Keep an eye on the reporting by zip code to understand where those needs are coming from and who they're actually helping. Confirm the county is not overlapping with the state's work. The state's doing some great work right now, so we want to make sure that the funding that's coming from the county is not overlapping what the state's doing, making sure that we're staying in communication with one another to ensure that we're not overlapping and spending funds that are not going to get into the hands of those who need it the most. And then just ensuring that the siting has the greatest impact, making sure that the actual siting of the facilities is located in the best locations to help the most people. So that's RPC. I did send everybody a packet or the presentation after that last week, so hopefully everybody's had a chance to review that and take a look at it. If you have any questions, let me know. And then second is we have a MPRSA meeting tomorrow, and I wanted to say my shout out for Becky for all the work, the untold story work that you've done behind the scenes for the Senior Center. It has been amazing to see how far we've come. We were honored to have a levy pass to work with the community's funds to save our Senior Center. And a lot of that work is untold publicly, but the public does need to know that you have worked and done amazing things to keep that programming going, that board going, and I can't thank you enough on behalf of our community for everything you've done there. So thank you, Becky.
Councilmember Zorns?
Yeah, I have to second that. Thank you. But I think most of what I have to say is kind of slobbery and sentimental. But so I'll do that off. But I have to tell you, seeing all the council members, thank you, and everyone around you, their heads are bobbing and agreeing that, they're very appreciative. And I know you and Aaron were just a strong team leaning hard on each other. And I hope there was a sisterhood that formed there. Couldn't help. Trial by fire. And thank you for the report on RPC. It was encouraging to hear that they're thinking about mechanisms of making sure that things are being assessed, so I appreciate that. Mine is on LTAC, and it's really short and sweet. The funding for LTAC is out of lodging dollars. It's not out of the general fund, but thanks to Danae and Nick, they've got a good handle on the budget, and we're in good shape because it's been pretty rough. It's been pretty bumpy. We're looking at a slow coming back and doing Bothell as a destination place. And we're hoping that people who, as the economy gets tough, will see Bothell as a nice short place to go take a vacation instead of going international. But the efficiencies of Street Sense are going to be continuing on how social media is performing, how the blog is performing, and how the emails are performing. And then the last piece that we're all waiting for is the holiday lights going up. And if it goes as planned, it'll be the 21st, but we got a little complication with the garland. And then tree lighting, a non-city event, but still part of, tourism interest, and big turnout is December 3rd at, the tree lighting is at 5, and the holiday market is at 2. And that's the sum total of LTAC.
Can I just say that hearing, and there's a little problem with the garland, is like the most local politics thing ever to happen in a council meeting? Councilmember Aldrichs.
I have updates from the DVI task force. This last week, we had presentations both for the committee and the caucus, and Project Be Free came and spoke. Their executive director, Katya, shared just some really excellent work that is being done in South King County. They're a program that people can self-refer to. So if you are in North King County experiencing domestic violence, there I do this to everybody, and I'm sorry. They're like doulas, but helping get through and escape a domestic violence situation. So very skilled, knowledgeable, supportive, caring people. And they actually do have a doula on staff for people who are pregnant and in a domestic violence situation. So you can self-refer members of the community to projectbefree.com. And we then also had a brainstorming session for what types of domestic violence prevention efforts the task force wants to be engaged in over the next year. Then for the caucus meeting, we had a presentation from Federal Ways program Handle with Care, which is a partnership with nonprofit schools and police, which allows first responders to very succinctly, simply, anonymously refer to counselors at school and administrations at school. So if a child has had contact with police the night before, they get an email that says Handle with Care. No details, but just a sort of heads up, this kid might need some little extra love and support that day. Really great example of partnerships that can happen between nonprofits, schools, and police. And it would be really cool to hear what type of stuff is happening around in North King County for that. It was very much a local Federal Way school district effort. And that's what I have from the task force and committees that I've attended in the last couple weeks. Thank you.
All right, going once, going twice. All right, next up is visitor comment. The city has accepted visitor comment in writing, as well as accepted sign-up sheets for those who wish to speak at tonight's meeting. Written comments submitted to the city clerk no later than 3 p.m. today were forwarded to all city council members and are part of the record. City clerk, do we have any visitor comment sign-ups?
We do, Mayor Thompson. We have one written comment regarding, from Jean Peterson, regarding Bothell's partnership with HopeLink, and thank council for their support with human service funding. And we also have 2 people signed up to speak. The first one is Ann Agard. She is virtual, so we'll get her paneled in. And see if we can. Here she is, walking the hall. Hi, Ann. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can. Thank
Okay.
you.
I'm going to start the timer. You'll have 3 minutes.
Now, do you want me to speak now, or do you want me to speak at the time of the, when you're looking at the actual subject?
It's a fee schedule, so that's not a public hearing, so now is perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I'm here to address Agenda Bill 22-164. This is the fee schedule on page 96 of your packet, which is page 1 of attachment 2 under public records. And I'm asking you to remove this item, which basically charges 5 cents per 4 files. This is, and beginning in about March of this year, I requested an electronic files, which I have been doing for many, many years. And I reviewed probably about 14 projects this year, over the year, all of which have critical areas ordinance, basically amendment asking to mitigate for these because they're impacting either the wetland or the wetland buffers. So I respond to these, as does the city consultants. And usually it takes about 5 days for the city to respond to a public records request. However, in March, I received a notice after 5 days that I owed the city 50 cents because I had more than 4 files, so that I was being charged. And when I asked why this was done, I was told because the city is now imposing a full cost of recovery for all matters. So I mailed a check to the city for 50 cents. And about 5 days later, I was able to access the files. It took a total of about 10 days to get the file, which exceeds the number of days that are supposed to be required to provide a public records request. And a few months later, another request was received. This time I had to pay 30 cents. So I decided not to write a check or to use my credit card, but instead I would pay in person. So I checked the city's website regarding the open hours of the city hall, and I drove down to pay the fee. But nope, the city hall was not open. It was only open if there were a special request. However, I did see a person inside, and she kindly opened the locked doors, and I actually gave her 35 cents to give the city for an additional 5 cents. The current policy for full recovery of electric records is ridiculous. It's not clear what 4 files refers to. This could be a 2-page document, a set of maps, an amendment to a previous document.
Thank you. Ms. Agard, your time is up. Thank you for your comments.
Staff consistency. So I ask you to amend Resolution 1420 to eliminate the records provided by electronic delivery charge of 5 cents per 4 files.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry. Well, next up, we have Whitney Nagenbauer, who's actually requested to speak on the budget, but she asked to speak earlier in the evening versus waiting till whenever we get to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you for accommodating that request.
3 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much for allowing me to speak now. I see you have a really full budget, so thank you so much. Good evening, Mayor Thompson, Deputy Mayor Alcabra, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. And yes, I'd like to speak to the proposed budget this evening. My name is Whitney Nagenbauer. I'm a resident of Bothell. I serve on the Bothell Parks Board. I'm also the director of Whale Scout, which is a nonprofit group. And we're doing a lot of work with Parks and Recreation, helping to restore riparian habitat at the former Wayne Golf Course. The Parks and Recreation Department has been underfunded and understaffed, particularly during COVID. As a community, we've come out of the pandemic with a renewed appreciation for our local parks as places of health, vitality, and peace, and recreation programs for bringing us together and facilitating meaningful community celebrations. This summer, we all enjoyed the new Summer Night Series and possibly the biggest and best 4th of July parade ever. The Parks and Recreation Department came through and delivered, and we have them to thank for that. As our city grows and develops, natural area parks and park amenities will become even more important to the health of our community. Connection to green spaces are proven to be good for our health and our well-being, and we have a lot of wonderful ideas in our community for future dog parks, splash pads, playgrounds, community centers, trail connections. I'd like tonight to highlight a key budget item, and that is the capital facilities manager position that would help make these projects possible. This position, supported with ARPA funds, will get projects that have been sitting on a shelf into play again. It'll help align grants and resources to move us forward, and will play a key role in successfully integrating the salmon habitat restoration project at the former Wayne Golf Course into a community park space. Keeping this position in the budget will help develop our young park system to where our community really wants it to be. Overall, funding for the Parks and Recreation Department will provide seasonal positions to maintain parks, replace infrastructure, keeping our kids safe, and providing community events that bring us all together. I know that this council is very supportive of parks, and I look forward to hearing your deliberations as the budget process moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all we have, Mayor Thompson, unless there's anyone in the audience, either virtually or in person, that would like to speak. If so, please use the raise hand function if you are virtual. And if you are in person, please feel free to come to the podium and state your name.
Hi, I'm Madison Ween. I'm from the cottage in Bothell. My boss, Matt Quest, was supposed to be here. I apologize. I'm going to lose my voice. I am here to speak on the outdoor dining. I am here for it. I'm not as prepared as I would like to be. I apologize. We have put a lot of heart and soul into the outdoor dining. It brings so much vibrancy to the downtown. I have, in the last month, adopted a puppy and have gone out into the outdoor dining and tried to be more outdoor dining, especially with the puppy and everything. We go down to the dog parks and do that. We live in Mukilteo, so we go to Edmonds a lot and all of that. There is no outdoor dining anywhere else. There is nowhere else that you can do what we have, what we bring to the city and to just the whole east side. We are trying to bring something into Bothell that you just can't experience anywhere else. And it is an experience. It's not just dining. It's not just having a food or a beverage or anything. It's a whole experience that we try to bring to Bothell. It's part of the whole tourism aspect. We were ranked number 72 in the nation on Yelp's top 100 restaurants, and part of it is our outdoor dining. It's a whole experience that we're trying to bring to Bothell, and we don't want to relinquish that or to try to diminish that in any possible way. I know that there might be a talk about parking or anything like that. I hope that with the City Hall parking, that can be into consideration. Street parking can be into consideration for the 3 parking spots that our deck takes up. We have spent a lot of money, a lot of time. We constantly are redecorating, are trying to revamp to always make sure that it is an adequate dining experience for our guests, near or far. We really hope that you can consider the 3 parking spots are considered for City Hall parking or any of that aspect, way, shape, or form. We put that on our website. We put it on our reservation platform. Please park in the City Hall parking. We really, really encourage people to come off the trail. Come up off the trail and come and dine with us. We have puppy parking. We have bike parking. We have all of that kind of parking to really hone in on just walking around and using our space as any which way that you can, and not just for cars. And that's what we're trying to really showcase at the cottage. And I hope that really, really shows in what we're trying to do. And I think that we meet up with all the measurements that we're trying to do with bathrooms and all of that. And I just hope that we can continue to do what we're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor Thompson.
Thank you, Clerk. All right, next up, we have projected agenda discussion. Councilmember Alders.
My apologies. Thank you for the redirection earlier. So I do appreciate that our dive-in team and staff were able to get Transgender Awareness Week observed in public engagement opportunities. But typically for an event like that, we would have a proclamation, and we were not able to get a proclamation onto our agenda. It wasn't on the city calendar for the year. So I am proposing that we add Transgender Awareness Week to our proclamation calendar so that we can observe it next year. And just to speak to the transgender members of our community who are part of my family, who are friends, and who serve our greater community. It's just very important for us to recognize the validity and value and contributions that each transgender person brings to our community. So that is the purpose for why I'd be bringing it forward. I'm grateful for our dive-in committee for doing what we can to observe it this year, and I hope that we can observe it more fully next year. Do I need to make a motion?
I think, don't I just need to give direction?
And I think per the protocol manual, any council member can request a proclamation. It goes to the mayor to decide if they're going to be added on. And to your point of that there is a calendar that our internal diversity team does maintain, I do think that, again, that's one that will be ever evolving. There's a lot of demands for proclamations, and we always want to find the right balance between honoring as many as possible and not having it be a menu of 6 every time. So I would propose that for 2023, we do take a look at that, and we'll work with the mayor and update the calendar, and then send that out to council to know what to expect. But absolutely hear you, and I know our dive-in team will, again, as you noted, they made this as part of the newsletter for education purposes, and I'm sure they'll welcome that feedback of the interest in observing this in 2023.
Perfect. Yeah, when we talk about making sure that everyone is welcome here in Bothell, I think it's the most important to be explicit that the people that have not historically been welcome in a lot of spaces are. So I'd love to see this added to the calendar. Anybody else for projected agenda discussion? Then moving on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Councilmember Dodd?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Dodd and a second from Councilmember Aldrich to approve the consent agenda. Any comments? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Menke?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Fantastic, thank you. All right, moving on to Agenda Bill 22160, public hearing and consideration of options to renew interim official control allowing temporary use of private property or parking areas for outdoor dining. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing now and call on City Manager Stannard.
Thank you, Mayor. And tonight we do have 4 public hearings, 3 on budget. This one is the exception. We have 3 that are being held by the Bothell City Council, and 1 where you'll take on the role of a board. So we're thankful that we have a city clerk and a city attorney to help us navigate through all that complexity. And it's probably the second most local government thing other than the Garland is on delay. So thankful for that. Tonight, to lead us through the conversation of the temporary outdoor dining ordinance, which has been coming to the council in 6-month increments of late. Tonight, we're joined by Ashley Winchell, the Deputy Community Development Director, to explain to council what's in place and what your options are before you.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of City Council. So hopefully we're here with the last interim ordinance on this matter. We have pulled together a work plan to move toward more permanent controls. But in order to give us the time to get to those permanent controls, we do need an interim ordinance to cover the existing outdoor dining areas. So as you all know, this ordinance was put in place to allow restaurants outdoor dining when interior capacity was reduced. And I think what we've seen is that it's been successful in some locations, specifically the Cottage and Julio's. And so what we're proposing for moving forward based on demand and based on interest from the public is extending the, essentially there's 2 options. We can either extend the interim ordinance to allow us time to develop permanent controls if needed. And I say if needed because really the main thing we're seeing as issues is whether or not they're going to meet parking requirements. And so we need to do a more thorough analysis of whether or not this requires more parking per our code. And if so, what can we do to change the code to remove that barrier. And then 2, there may be some building code issues based on added capacity, and we can't go less strict with our building code. We can only go more strict by, I believe, state law. So there may be some things that the restaurants would be required to do if we made these permanent in order to meet building code requirements, or we'd have to make some concessions in the zoning code based on capacity. So 1, we could either extend the ordinance to allow us time to research that and figure out what changes need to be made and bring those to you all, or we could allow it to expire, and that would just require full compliance with the code. So if they needed more parking, they would have to either figure out how to provide that or cease to have outdoor dining. So just to remind you all, we're talking about dining on private property. It's kind of confusing because we have outdoor dining in 2 spots downtown, that on public property on Main Street, and then those at the Cottage and Julio. So again, just talking about the dining on private property. As mentioned, this is a temporary ordinance that's starting to feel permanent with the number of times it's been extended. And I think a lot like these patios, something that was temporary is finding itself becoming more permanent. And so just outlining how we've gotten here, and we feel like we've made the progress that in the next 6 months we can figure out what controls need to be put in place to extend the program. So just again, what's needed for compliance and where we have room to change things and where we may have some restrictions. Zoning code, that's something that's under the control of City Council. We can bring different suggestions to you all and codify those in order to allow for outdoor dining. Again, there may be some things with building codes. I didn't think toilets would come in play when we're talking about outdoor dining, but they may not have enough bathrooms if we add certain amounts of capacity. So we may have to work with some business owners too to make sure that the capacity doesn't go over a certain amount, or that they're able to add more restroom facilities to meet building code. And then fire code, making sure we're staying out of fire lanes, that if we are having tents or heating apparatuses, that those all meet fire code for, of course, very obvious and important reasons. And so to keep this brief, essentially our next steps are to get direction from you all of how to move forward. If we do move forward, there's a work plan in Exhibit A, which is at the end of the ordinance, that essentially shows about how much time at a minimum we'd expect to spend on this and what we'd need to do to get it in place. Our first step will just be analyzing the code to see if, as written, the existing outdoor dining meets zoning code, and if so, then technically we wouldn't need to make any changes and we could allow the final interim ordinance to expire, and we'd bring you all an update on that. If we do determine changes need to be made, we'd ID those, draft an ordinance, take it through Planning Commission and City Council. And then again, property owners may still need to make some improvements to have these structures that were originally built to be temporary permanent. And then, as you all know, we do an annual docket, and so by getting this direction from you all, we would be adding a minimum of 40 hours to our 2023 planning docket to account for doing this work. So with that, I will open it up to any questions from City Council.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dodd.
Sorry. Thank you for the presentation. I guess one thing I'm interested in, as you said, we don't often think of toilets when we talk about outdoor dining. You hope those things are far apart. So do you have any examples of restaurants in Bothell that have exceeded their capacity with their outdoor dining that might be subject to that?
We haven't had a chance to, so we have to look at what's the existing capacity, the added square footage, and then what comes up in the building code, and that's something we haven't done yet. So there's a lot of outdoor dining maybe that was intentionally built, so it was built with the development, and so we can assume that that came into capacity. But essentially the temporary ordinance waived some of those requirements, and so we haven't had the chance essentially to look at the square footage of Julio's and the Cottage, and then add in the outdoor dining and see if it's hitting a higher capacity. And then if we start hitting a higher capacity, then we may trigger things like if the bathrooms aren't fully ADA compliant and those sorts of things. So there are some small parts of the building code that could spiral and might be a little bit out of our control per what we're able to change and what we accept as a part of the building code by adopting it.
So when you talk about ADA compliance, are we talking about maybe a building that was built and done long enough ago that the code has changed, and so if they start one change, it could cascade into?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So something that seems as simple as let's put some tables outside could suddenly turn into a lot of interior work. And so then we'd have to work with the business owner to determine if, essentially it would come down to if the work they needed to do balanced out for them for the outdoor dining areas. And unfortunately, we can't just have a temporary ordinance forever. We have to show some level of progress and emergency need. And so hopefully there's no more pandemics that require us to have outdoor dining, temporary outdoor dining ordinances.
Thank you.
Councilmember Aldrichs.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for this presentation, and I'm really glad that you led off with this should be our last temporary ordinance, and that there is already work being done and a plan for future permanent allowances for this type of dining. We've heard from our community, and they are very enthusiastic about keeping these opportunities available. I would join in with the enthusiasm and say that right now we're just talking about Julio's and the Cottage. And I would like to see whatever permanent ordinance that you're working on might also be able to work with shopping center property owners outside of the downtown corridor, because there are restaurants throughout our city who may very much enjoy having outdoor dining options comparable to Julio's and the Cottage, and they haven't yet had that opportunity. So I would like to see that we can even expand, and I hope that this is not too much on your work plan, but to expand the work plan to include other shopping centers and private developer owners who make rules for their parking lots, how we can allow other restaurants to do the same. People really love it. The closest I've been able to find anything comparable is in San Francisco. And I don't want to have to go to San Francisco to eat at some of my favorite restaurants. I really enjoy being able to eat here in town, outdoors. Just very much enjoyed them over the last 2 years. And I see from our community that nobody really wants them to go away. So thank you very much for your foresight in preparing for ways to make this permanent. And I look forward to you coming back and being able to present what that might be for us. So thank you.
Councilmember Zorns.
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. My questions and comments, I'm going to preface it by saying I'm in support of diving deeper on this, because I'm going to make some comments and questions that may be interpreted as being harsh, and that's not my intention. Thank you for the scope. You know, I thought about parking. I didn't think about bathrooms. So appreciate you thinking of all those little pieces. We're talking, and it's an interesting comment about other shopping centers. When we had the COVID, made this available, nobody outside of downtown took advantage of this. So it would be interesting to see if other restaurants would be interested in pursuing this. My question is, these parking lots are typically, that are attached to like the strip mall, they're owned by probably who owns the building, correct? And so I would like them to come to the table. They might, when I grew up, my mom would always say, make me the bad guy. They might prefer us to be the bad guy and say no to this. That said, I would like to know their opinions on this. That said, the property owner who is renting out these different spaces, they can set the policy of whether or not there's outdoor dining or not, correct?
That's correct. And right now, there's nothing actually, the only thing that would stop anyone is if they didn't have enough space. So if someone had a surplus of parking, they could do this in their parking lot right now.
Okay. Well, I know, I love the Cottage, Julio's. I love all the way down to Main Street here. And I know that some of the other businesses have really felt not having parking. It's been a big struggle. So, the comment of encouraging people to go take advantage of City Hall is great. Thank you for trying to dampen down that difficulty. It's been hard for some of those businesses to have customers serve their customers. So the parking question, you're going to dive into it in those 40 hours, right? What is that sweet spot? And I would like to see making this a permanent option, because personally, we're out of the pandemic, but we will always have the cold and flu and COVID season and RSV, and what other communicable things can we toss out there? I love the open, besides the ambience, I love the health aspect of being open air. So I am going to support this, but I would like to hear from property owners on what they want from the city on this as well. And thank you for doing what you're doing on this.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, thank you for the update, presentation, information. I had a couple of questions around the ordinance and the 40 hours. Is that just to study this specific area, or is that going to be a citywide ordinance?
That would be, so we base this just on making what's there today legal. Expanding it to more of a citywide look would be more than 40 hours because we would need to have more conversations around that. We also base that on, so during this program and during COVID, we had 6 businesses take advantage of the program and only 2 of them have kept the program. So we could easily probably add something to our temporary use code to allow for tents and parking lots or something like that. But we tried to base the work on what the demand is, and most of the demand and interest is essentially these 2 businesses. We haven't had a lot of inquiries beyond it. That since they could do it if they meet code right now, a lot of these larger strip malls and things like that, we're assuming haven't sought it out because they either, the landlord, as alluded to, the landlords may not be letting them do it, or there may not be interest in it. But as far as I know, we haven't had a lot of inquiries beyond these 2 for permanent long-term.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be, I'm supportive of this, but I would want to make sure that we're looking at it citywide, not just in one specific location. And if that's a burden on workload, I'd be concerned about that. But I want to make sure that we're being fair and equitable across our entire city, because we do have businesses in the north end of our city as well, restaurants, things like that, that hopefully would maybe take advantage of it. So I wouldn't want it to be specific to just this area. So currently it's temporary, right? And the temporary portion of that is just for the parking lot area, correct?
So it's essentially waiving certain parts of the code that don't have to apply due to the emergency ordinance. So it's temporary based on the different things that we waived through the emergency controls, which I believe had to do with some inspection pieces, parking, and I think some interior capacity issues where we allowed them to shift some of the interior capacity to the outside so that they didn't have to run into building code issues with things like bathrooms.
Okay, so in order for that to become permanent, then I'm assuming that the permanency would mean that they would have to meet, and I think that's what you're alluding to, all of the current permanent codes, which then could potentially mean that the property owner needs to make those improvements. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so it wouldn't be the business necessarily making those improvements, it would be the property owner?
It probably would come down to the terms of their lease.
Okay. All right, so I'm in my mind, you can see I'm just kind of thinking through all of this and making sure that we start to look at 40 hours of time that we're spending on this, and then it comes down to the dollars and cents of, is it affordable to make those permanent improvements, and then they don't move forward with the permanent improvements, and it's time that we're spending doing something that may not actually be fruitful in the end of the day. So I just want to make sure I think through that. And then the 6-month period, is that 6 month allowing us to do the 40 hours worth of work as well? We're going to do that in that 6-month period?
That is the goal.
Okay. All right, so yeah, I think most of my questions have been answered. Councilmember Zorn's asked some good questions, made some good comments, so as well as other council members. But I am supportive of this, looking into this, but I want to make sure that we're doing it equitably across our community, and then ensuring that the time that we're spending on it is actually fruitful versus just spending time on studying something and we're not actually going to use it. So, and your comments about, there was 6 original and now there's down to 2, says something. So, thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I had a question, 2 questions. The first, is this going to be a public hearing when we get this again in 6 months, do you know, or is this just going to be a regular?
So this would go through a normal code amendment. So it would be, assuming that would be amending Title 12, Planning Commission would review it, and then it would be a recommendation to City Council with a study session and public hearing.
Okay, so we'll go through the process where a lot of, anybody can provide their input. And okay.
Correct.
Okay, sounds good. And the other question I had was, you emphasized that this is for private property. What's the difference between the two? There's public property and there's private. Like, why does this only apply to one, not the other?
So one is governed by the zoning code, and then one would be governed by I'm not sure which title of the code right now, but it would be public right of 17, Title 17. I suddenly know it's Title 17. But there's allowances for how we can use our essentially property we own, and then allowances for how private property can be used, and it would be governed by the zoning code.
So we already have precedents kind of with
how we're allowing a business to use our property versus how we're allowing a business to use their property.
Their property, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the process go and hearing more feedback, because I am supportive of this. We see it, hopefully not, we won't have any pandemics, but the comfort of actually having, during flu season, a space where people feel comfortable is a good thing.
Councilmember, oh, you want to go again? You already went, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to comment, I really appreciated Councilmember McNeil's point about how it needs to be equal across the city. I think one thing that I hadn't appreciated on first pass, because we got a lot of public comment, a lot of it was about the cottage, which is a true gem and delightful to dine out in. We are missing some of the infrastructure that lends support to that kind of outdoor dining in especially the Snohomish County part of the city. The biking and walking infrastructure is not there. I'm unlikely to walk down 228th unless I really feel the need to. I live on the side without a sidewalk for part of it, and that's just not a great walk. So I think as we see our Canyon Park plan evolve, as we see those infrastructure changes come through, because obviously there's plans, it's just not there now, I think that a citywide allowance of this would be really complementary to that and could open up sort of pedestrian areas in Canyon Park and around that just aren't there right now. So I like the vision of the future that brought me. That was pretty exciting. And then I guess my other question, just logistically, because as we may have learned in the last few years, like not everything goes to plan. If we don't get there in 6 months, could we extend one more time?
I believe we would be able to extend because we just need to show that we're making progress.
Gotcha.
And so hopefully we will make progress. We're staffed and the things are in place to make the progress we need to make.
Totally. I feel very optimistic about it. I just also feel like you never know. And I wanted to give one shout out to just the members of our community who are still cautious with COVID. Although the pandemic, like the emergency orders have been rescinded and everything in a lot of cases. I know a lot of family friends, friends of my son's, who are still being cautious, who have immunocompromised family members, who just aren't taking the same risks that we are. So I think it's important for everybody to remember some people are still only dining outside. And it's just good for us all to keep in mind too, that there's people who aren't taking the same chances, and we all coexist here, so just good stuff to keep in mind. Thank you.
I may know people like that. All right. I have a couple things. Couple questions. First, I'm very in favor of a permanent option. I mean, almost everybody seems to agree that 25 people eating is better than 3 cars being stored temporarily, and I'm here for that. I would also like to see this be an option citywide. Is there a way we can devise code? And actually, first question, you mentioned it would be more outreach. Would outreach be the majority of the extra time it would take?
If we went to a citywide option, I think that would be a more time-intensive endeavor. And so if we are doing citywide, what I think we would need to show, and I don't think we need to do it for this ordinance, but when we do the 2023 docket, we can more thoroughly analyze the amount of time and show that on the docket of how much time it would take for us to do a citywide effort in addition to downtown. And then I think we just have to balance that with the comprehensive plan and some of the housing code we're doing. So it's something we'd have to provide more analysis on how much time that would take us.
Is there any sort of a way, and if there's not, I get it, but is there any way we could do this to not take a ton of extra time over top of the businesses that are doing it now, but essentially make it open so other businesses could start doing this, and then we could devote that time down the road when it became, when there was demand for it?
I think we could look at it two ways. We could look at downtown as a pilot, see how it goes, and then expand it citywide later on. Or we have essentially a code that kind of dictates the entire city and then just downtown. And there's a temporary use section of the code, and so we could add outdoor dining and parking lots as a temporary use. That would be more of a yearly application for parking lots in some of the other parts outside of downtown, and use that as a mechanism. There may be some other options we haven't analyzed yet, but those are a few of the things we've talked about. So it would be a little less time intensive. It'd just be creating the option on a more temporary basis, and then finding a way for the downtown code to become more permanent in the long run.
Okay. Do you think, and this might not be an answerable question, but do you think that having it be temporary with an option permanent and kind of a hey, we want this too, would bring less demand from other areas of the city than if they knew they could just do it and their investment in that structure was safe?
Are you asking if they meet the current code requirements? If we added something temporary, that it would discourage people from doing something permanent?
Well, I'm trying to have my cake and eat it too. I'd like to have you not have to spend a whole bunch of time on something that nobody's using right now, but at the same time, if somebody somewhere else in the city wants to do this, I want them to be comfortable knowing that they can build something out, and we're not going to tell them to take it down in 6 months.
I think we could maybe flesh that out through the research of it. I don't think I have an answer tonight.
Understood, yeah. Let's see. You mentioned the spiral, businesses that were created pre-ADA, and if we're adding something to it that all of a sudden all these different steps have to be taken. Is there any way to grandfather the prior business? Is there any way to avoid that?
So I'm not the building official, but
Okay.
I would think he would probably tell us we couldn't, and there may be some parameters around that. Again, that's something we'd have to research further, of when is that triggered, and I don't think we can make special concessions just for one type of use. I don't think that the building code is structured that way.
Well, that brings me very nicely to my next question. We've gotten some comments in the public about fairness for non-restaurant businesses, and Councilmember McNeil brought up, equity and fairness as a concern just moments ago. Is there a way to have this be something that any business could take advantage of in either just the downtown area or the city, depending on the scope of what we look at it?
Like using outdoor space for sales?
Yeah, for retail or
I think we have some parts of the code that do allow a certain amount of an outdoor space to be used for a code. I know we have outdoor sidewalk sales and temporary uses like that outlined in the code. So I think there are already some provisions for some of those things.
Would it be tremendously difficult to allow those folks to use this code that we're spending the time to do anyway?
I think I would have to do more analysis of this, and I think it might be getting a little bit outside of some of the scope of extending just the downtown dining.
We would never ask for something out of scope.
How far do we want to take this for people using exterior areas? And there may be some allowances for that already in some of our temporary use code in terms of sidewalk sales and that sort of thing. It just doesn't outline outdoor dining.
Okay. Perfect. I'd be keenly interested in just seeing kind of how broad we can make it without adding a ton of time or complexity, and what that looks like. I wanted to bring up also just the volume of public comment that we got on this today. I'm sure y'all noticed your emails were pretty full. I loved the people that brought friends from other cities who were shocked that we do this here, because they don't do that there. I also loved all the people who brought up Main Street, even though that's not what we're talking about tonight, that they really enjoyed that as well. And a whole bunch of people brought up great reasons why it should be permanent even if COVID wasn't still around, and I, to nobody's surprise, agree with that. Some of the comments said this was part of our character, helped build community. It was a staple, uniquely Bothell, one of the pillars of our downtown vibrant business establishments, a high point in downtown Bothell, and probably my favorite, it's always packed. So I'm here for building more Bothell in Bothell and more things that people want to come see. And it's funny because whenever we have the conversation around parking, generally the public comment is not the direction that it was this time. And so I think this is just really cool that restaurants like the Cottage and Julio's have shown people what we can have instead, and people prefer that. And it was really fun just to hear that from our community. That's all I got. You want another round? Go for it.
I was going to make a motion.
Make a motion.
Deputy Mayor.
We need to call for visitor comment. So with that, we received 45 written comments regarding the outdoor dining item. 43 of those comments received were in favor of continuing outdoor dining. 2 were in opposition. All have been forwarded to the City Council and will be made part of the record. I could go through them one by one if you'd like, but they will all be made part of the record. We also have one person who signed up to speak, Matt Quest, and there is a person in the lobby, so I don't, if Matt will come in, he's asked to speak. Hi, Matt. If you want to step to the podium, you'll have 3 minutes.
And I'm on. Oh, I am
You are on.
Wow, that's loud. Sorry, I thought I was good. I missed my spot. So I am Matt Quest. My wife and I own the cottage. So I speak to you both as a business owner and a 17-year resident of Bothell. We moved here 17 years ago from Minnesota, and one of the things that I was always shocked by was there's no place to eat outside in the Pacific Northwest. You get gorgeous August days, and you just want to sit outside and eat. And there's no place to go. So I've really enjoyed the new opportunities, as I think many of the public comments showed. A lot of people enjoy the outside area. I'd also first just like to thank the City Council and the city government in general. Obviously, COVID was a terrifying experience for a lot of people, but particularly if you own a retail business, it was particularly terrifying. So all of the assistance that we got from the City Council and working through things like outdoor dining was just critical in keeping businesses going. We posted yesterday asking for public comments. I suspect that's probably where a bulk of the ones came from, so I apologize for all the time you spent responding to emails today. But we got over 160 comments in the last 24 hours on our social media posts. Some of the recurring themes were people that want to eat out and they have an immunocompromised person in their family, or they're immunocompromised, or they just want to avoid cold and flu, that enjoy having an outdoor area to sit. They also, as I expressed, they just love being outside, and they live in the Pacific Northwest because they like being outside, and even in the wintertime, they find it cozy and warm to be sitting outside and having dinner. So obviously, I'm quite firmly on the side of wanting this to continue, and we look forward to working with the city and the various groups on how we can proceed. So, thank you.
Thank you. That is all I have, Mayor Thompson, unless anybody in the virtual audience would like to speak to this, and if so, please raise your hand. None.
All right. I think we do that with a vote, don't we? Yeah.
You do.
Deputy Mayor?
I'd like to move to adopt option 1, adopt a proposed ordinance for option A, extending the interim official control for an additional 6 months, and adopting a work plan for the development of permanent regulations to continue to allow the limited use of private parking for outdoor dining going forward. And it does not specify downtown or citywide, so I don't need to mention it.
It's in the ordinance.
Okay.
Second.
All right, I got a motion on the floor from Deputy Mayor Alcabra and a second from Councilmember Dodd to move the recommended action as articulated by Deputy Mayor Alcabra. Any comment? Oh, Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you, Mayor. I didn't have any questions, so I just wanted to save it for comments. I'm supportive of this motion. I think this unique outdoor dining experience is important for our city. People are taking notice that we're the only ones that have it. They're more likely to come here, visit, eat, walk Main Street, and shop. So I'm very excited about this. I share some of the concerns from other council members about equity across the city, so I would like to see it across the city, especially in Snohomish County. Like Councilmember Dodd said, we don't have any in our part of the city, and I know our residents would enjoy it as well. So that's my only comment, is that we'd love to see it expanded, but I'm going to be in support of this motion, and I'm excited that we're doing this.
We got the Snohomies over here.
Snohomies.
I like it. Go ahead.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Mankey?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ashley. All right. Next up, we have Agenda Bill 22161, the public hearing for the consideration of adoption of an ordinance establishing the EMS levy in the Snohomish County portion of Bothell for 2023. Right now, we are going to recess the Bothell City Council meeting and convene the Bothell EMS Board meeting, which is composed of members that you might recognize. I'm going to open the public hearing now and call on the city manager to explain.
Thank you very much, Chair Thompson and members of the Bothell EMS Board. Tonight, Ted Rainen is here with us. He is the Interim Deputy Finance Director to walk us through, we'll have a couple of these, but only one is in your board capacity. So he will be walking through some facts and some background about the EMS levy, and then we'll be able to open the public hearing to see if there's any comments and move forward. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Ted.
Thanks, Kyle. Good evening, everybody. This is, let's see, there we go. The EMS levy in Snohomish, the Snohomish County portion of the city dates back to 2005 when the urban EMS district was created to fund EMS services on the Snohomish County side of the city. City residents in King County already were paying for the EMS services via their King County tax levy. So this was just meant to even the playing field. In 2017, voters approved a 6-year EMS levy for the period 2018 through 2023. Revenues can only be used for EMS purposes. Calendar note for next year, a new levy ballot measure will be needed sometime in 2023 if the levy is to continue from 2024 onward. The levy rate cannot exceed 33.5 cents per $1,000 of assessed value, and the estimated revenue through this levy for 2023 is about $1.66 million. The annual levy increase is limited to 1% plus a levy on the value of new construction. This projected increase is already included in your 2024 proposed budget. Estimated increase for 2023 amounts to just over $90,000. You see the breakdown there on the screen, the 1% over last year, plus the levy on new construction, and a couple other components. The estimated levy rate for 2023 is a little over 20 cents per $1,000 of assessed value, so that would be a little over $100 on a $500,000 home. For comparison purposes, the 2022 levy rate is just under a quarter per $1,000 of assessed value. And there were some questions a couple weeks ago about what about rising assessed values, so it wouldn't be me if I didn't do a little math exercise. If we assume that that $500,000 home in 2022 increases in value 25% to $625,000, the levy payment for that household would be the just over 20 cents times 625, or about $125. That represents about 0.6% increase over 2022. And I demonstrate this just to show that just because your assessed value goes up by a certain percentage, it doesn't always mean that your levy's going to go up by the same amount, at least not from us. We can't speak to what the other taxing districts are doing, but that's the math as far as our levies are concerned. And then finally, the levy ordinance is due to Snohomish County by November 30th, or we get $0. So that's why we're here tonight. And with that, I would turn it back for any questions that you might have.
Board Member Zorns?
Ooh, I was wondering if you were going to catch that. Well done.
My only goal for tonight is to not have Paul catch me, just so you know.
He'll get you. All right. So this levy will be up for a vote again in, did you say 2024?
It would be up for a vote next year.
Or next
if
year.
you wish to continue it, yes. 2023 is the last of the 6 years on the existing levy.
So this increase is just for this current levy, and then the voters get to decide what they want that to be in 2023. Is that right?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Board Member Alders?
Thank you. It's my understanding that this is a standard increase that's being proposed. And so could you just verify that if that is true?
That is correct, just a standard 1% increase. Then we also get a levy on the value of new construction that's been added to the tax rolls since last time around.
And how does that compare to inflation?
Inflation is about 9.5%. So this is one, I think with all the different components on top of the 1%, we end up collecting about 3% more year over year.
Which does not cover the rise with inflation.
Does not.
Okay, thank you. And that's because we have limits on how much increases can occur over time. We're limited to the 1% increase.
That's correct.
Okay. I did want to bring up the opportunity of, this is, I think, part of the reason why at one point you brought up diversifying revenue streams so that we can cover the cost of inflation when we are limited on increases. But I also am aware that we are not doing that at this moment and at this time. Although I think you are looking forward to that conversation in future meetings. Is that true?
I'm always open to that.
Okay. Well, I thank you for going through some of the basics and background of this, and so I appreciate the answers to my questions.
You bet.
Board Member McNeil?
Thank you, Board Member Chair. So the thing that comes to my mind is tax. And I sit in enough committee meetings to learn about levies that we're passing and all these levies that are coming and renewals of levies. And the city gets a very, very small portion of the funding that comes in from these levies, right? Am I correct?
That is absolutely correct. You've got the state and the school district and the hospital district and the library district, and we're just one of those.
Yeah, and so we talk about inflation, and the new conversation is about people losing their jobs. And it concerns me, not that we do not want to move forward with this, but it concerns me when we continue to talk about more and more taxes, people losing their jobs in the same conversation. And I hope in the future we can find a way to show exactly what the city's bringing in from the taxes that are collected within our jurisdiction, our community, and where the taxes are going. Meaning, are they going to the school district? Are they going to the state? Are they going to the county? And what portion is coming to the city, to run the city? I think that's an important conversation to have, especially since a lot of people, a lot of seniors in our community are on fixed incomes. And I just want to make sure that the community knows that we're having these conversations, that we're thinking about it, that we're doing what we need to do to be fiscally responsible in running our community, which I know we are. I know we're trying to do our best. But it's important to have those conversations in an open and transparent way. Because again, 125 here, 125 there, 200 here, it all starts to add up. And I'm just here to tell you that each and every day, even though I feel I'm comfortable, I'm stressed. I don't know where things are going. And when we talk about assessed values increasing, the 500 could be $1 million from 4 years ago. So that's a lot. And sure, the percentage goes down based on the assessed value increase, but it's still a lot of money for some folks in our community. So I know you're doing everything you can to keep us going in the right direction. But I think it's important moving forward that we start to have these conversations in an open, transparent way so our community can hear what we're doing and what we're doing to try to be fiscally responsible. Thank you.
Vice Chair Alcabra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to give the Snohomies a chance to talk first because since it affects them, but they haven't stepped up. So I don't know, can you joke when you're a chairperson or a board member instead of a council member? No.
Was that a joke?
The question I had is a follow-up, actually, to what Chair Mr. McNeil was saying. The question I had here is, in addition to the breakdown of the what the tax breakdown would be, is the additional services, or what services might be, because when somebody pays more, they expect to get more. And we need to set the expectation. If they're not getting more, then we need to be upfront and mentioning that to folks. That's the question I had here. What additional services will the residents get with this levy?
I would defer to the fire chief as to what is covered by the EMS levy.
So in a nutshell, we're talking about fairness and equity today. So obviously we have 2 counties in the city. King County runs a county-wide EMS levy. Snohomish County runs EMS levies. Each district or city can run their own if they choose to do so. So we are lucky enough to have a medic unit from Shoreline at Station 42 that serves the community of Bothell. Does a great job. But for them to serve the Snohomish side, which they do regularly, we need to pay them something for their service. And that's what primarily this levy is paying for. It's paying for ALS, Advanced Life Support, to have the medic available for our Snohomish County community members. And also, you said what other things fund. It also helps to fund the MIH program, the multi-integrated healthcare, which is kind of similar to the police radar program we're doing now, and some BLS funds. But primarily, that levy is supporting ALS to Snohomish County, Bothell community members.
Awesome. Thank you.
Councilmember Dodd. Board Member Dodd.
Board Member Dodd here.
The only thing I wanted to do in this meeting.
So thank you for the presentation. I really appreciated you illustrating that when the rate goes up, even with the value of your property going up, it's not a direct correlation how much more you're going to pay, because I think that's something that I learned this year, honestly, and I've been paying taxes for far too long. So somehow we need some kind of campaign to get that out to everybody, because gosh, it's just information that you think you would have learned sooner. Or maybe I'm just behind, who knows. So I appreciate being conscious of sort of the job market and a potential pending recession and everything. I also, as a Snohomi, I'm not sure how convinced I am of that label, I like having EMS. Everybody has a story about, like, while we lived in the Snohomish County part of the city, EMS saved my father's life when he had a stroke. And it is so important, and I would like to pay this tax very much. So I appreciate it coming forward, and I want us to get it to the right people before the 30th. So thank you.
Board Member Mankey.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question about the cost of services was asked that answered my question. I'm wondering, does this levy cover District 10 as well as the city, or does District 10 have their own levy or no levy?
I believe District 10 has their own levy. Chief is nodding.
Okay. Good to know that it is equitable for all of our service areas, King County and District 10. Chief, what portion of our calls are EMS related?
Without the exact, it's close to 80% ELS. Not a lot of those are ALS, but EMS in general. So it's advanced life support and basic life support. So, and this levy funds primarily the advanced life support unit, but it does fund a little bit of BLS training and whatnot.
Okay, great, thank you. I don't think I have any other questions other than I'd just like to echo Board Member McNeil's suggestion of having a more information for the community about the sources of revenue and then the expenses that come out of that. I've seen some interesting graphs and charts for some of the big tech companies showing their revenue streams from their various businesses with arrows of different sizes converging in the middle and then expenses kind of going out the other side. And I think that really just highlighted, and shows a good picture for those who are visual and like to see something other than numbers in a chart. So I just would like to echo that it'd be great if we had something like that on our website. And then same for our property tax levies, having a bar chart or a pie chart showing just how very little the city gets compared to the state and the county. And I think that always helps as well.
Ted will defer to when we have a finance director. There are a number of cities that publish something that's called a popular annual financial report that does do different things like that of showing a dollar bill and how it's sliced between the different jurisdictions and where your money goes. And again, I think that's a service level increase that a new finance director might embrace with open arms. So we'll file that away and put it in some onboarding.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. Looks like the board has had their say. I don't have any questions or anything else to add other than I'm in favor of advanced life support services, and I'm looking forward to voting for this. Board Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not have anybody signed up to speak. Chair Thompson. However, there are a couple people in the virtual audience. If anybody in the virtual audience wishes to speak, please use the raise hand function. Give them a minute to do that. We do not.
All right. I would entertain a motion from the board. Board Member Dodd?
I move the recommended action.
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from Board Member Dodd and a second from Board Member Mankey to move the recommended action, which is to open a public. Is the recommended action to open a public hearing?
No.
Approve the proposed ordinance.
Okay, cool. Is to approve the proposed property tax levy ordinance to provide funding for essential local government services in the 2023-2024 biennium. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Vice Chair Alcabra?
I just want to say thank you, Snohomish, for taking initiative and going motion and second. That's all.
Board Member Mankey?
Thank you, Chair. Knowing the times that we're in, I'm always hesitant to vote for a tax increase. This one specifically, I think, is important, both in terms of equity across our city in providing these types of services. I can't think of a more vital service for our community than advanced life support. It really does have a great track record here in this area in saving lives in a short period of time. So regardless of whether I use it or my neighbor uses it, I'm happy to pay for it, and I would hope that our neighbors would all feel that way about each other. So I'm going to be in support of this tonight, and I hope that it passes. Thank you.
Board Member Dodd?
Thank you, Chair. Definitely echo what you said, Board Member Mankey. Gosh, that's fun. I also, just to add a little levity, you can't get mad about taxes if you died because you had no medical care, right? So it's super important. As a minimum of taxation, this is something that I can't imagine not supporting. I want to piggyback on what my fellow Snohomi, that's going to be a thing now, said, which is just explaining taxes and also the differences between the two counties in our, that are in our city, or that our city is in, however you want to say that. Because I one time got in an argument on the internet, as you do, and I pulled up tax records for City of Bothell property in King County, in Snohomish County, unincorporated Snohomish County, and the different school districts. And it is fascinating to some people to look at the different taxations and just the rates and how, you know, as a city, we might make unified changes, but it hits taxpayers differently. So being able to explain that to our neighbors who are paying our taxes is super important. And also just to keep an eye on equity across the city. Are we covering things the same way, even though maybe the mechanism is different because of the two counties? So I like the thought of keeping an eye on that and having ways that are not walls of text to do so. So thank you.
All right. Board Clerk? It's way too much fun.
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Board Member Zorns.
Yes.
Chair Thompson.
Yes.
Board Member Alderks.
Yes.
Board Member McNeil.
Yes.
Board Member Mankey.
Yes.
Board Member Dodd.
Yes.
Vice Chair Alcabra.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, with some regret, I'm going to adjourn the Bothell EMS Board meeting and reconvene the Bothell City Council meeting. And next up in the Bothell City Council meeting is Agenda Bill 22162, a public hearing to consider ordinance setting the 2023 property tax levy for King and Snohomish County. City Manager?
Mayor, we're back to City Council, and we're back to Ted Rainan. Go ahead, Ted.
Me again.
Ted,
You
if
might-
I could, I apologize. Could you open the public meeting first? Just
Yes, I would like to open the public hearing now. Thank you.
with the public hearing.
Thank you. You may get tired of me by the end of the evening, we'll see. Now, this item concerns our main property tax levy for 2023. As you may have heard during the budget deliberations earlier, it's the largest citywide revenue source, and it's the second largest general fund revenue source. And the total property tax levy actually includes four components: the regular quote-unquote general fund operating levy, and then we have two voter-approved levy lid lifts for safe streets and sidewalks and for safe and secure Bothell. And then we also have a voter-approved excess levy for the fire station reconstruction. And the estimated total of all of those components for 2023 is a little under $28 million. Now, again, the annual levy increase is generally limited by law to 1% plus the levy on the value of new construction. There's a little variant because of Proposition 1, the safe and secure proposition that was passed a few years ago. That actually allows CPI increases to the levy from 2019 through 2024. However, staff's only recommending the standard 1% increase for 2023, and that is included in the proposed budget for 23-24. The estimated increase for 2023 totals a little over $900,000. You see the breakdown there of the 1% increase over 2022 and the levy on new construction. The estimated levy rate for 2023, a little over $1.52 per $1,000 of assessed value. So on that sample $500,000 home, that would be $764 and some change. And again, with our hypothetical $500,000 home that increased in value by 25%, that home's levy for 2023 would be about $955. Again, about 0.4% increase over 2022. And as with the EMS ordinance, our levy ordinances are due to King and Snohomish counties by November 30th. And with that, I'd turn it back over for any questions you might have.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you again, Ted. Can you go back to the previous? Actually, the question I have is about, you mentioned 2023. Are we having the same, will we have the same conversation again next year for 2024?
The main property tax levy is an ongoing levy. So you would have the same conversation next year as far as whether to take that 1% increase or not.
I see, that's what I'm saying,
Yep.
so, yeah, okay.
But no, another ballot measure wouldn't be required for
I see.
this.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Zorns?
I, like at least one other council member, am concerned about people who are on fixed income because even though it was, 0.4%, that looked like a $200 difference. That's a big jump for some people, a lot of people. I do have a question, and then the other thing is a 1% increase in levy doesn't sound like a lot, but if we do that over 50 years, we've jumped a pretty hefty property. I mean, every council does that. People are going to have phenomenal property taxes. To the point people won't be able to afford homes. They'll be renting them. So I do have a question. The 1% increase, and I am really sympathetic because our worst nightmare of inflation has come true, and it hard pressed. 1% is very small compared to what we're facing globally here. The 1% increase will apply to safe and secure, but not safe streets and sidewalks?
It would apply to all three of the portions. It would
All of the
levy
levies.
lifts and the regular levy.
So I'm going to confess that it feels just a little bit deceptive that when we went out to the voters and we said, this is what you're going to be paying for a levy, certain percentage, and we're raising it on them, it feels a little dishonest to me. So I'm struggling with it. I realize that we're between a rock and a hard place, but if homeowners were to say, wait a stinking minute, this is not what I agreed to pay, they might have some merit in making that complaint. So I will ruminate while everyone else asks their questions, and thank you for letting us put your feet to the fire here.
Sure.
Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, reading that slide with the increase, it was $4 a month, right? Not the 200. I think you were looking at different. The 2022 rate is $951.73, and then the 2023 would be $955.46.
I was looking, when it's a 50,500 versus
So help us puzzle that out. Let's.
It increases in value.
Right, I pulled the slide back up here. The 2023 levy for a $500,000 home would be $764. And it was, for that same $500,000 home last year, it was $951, so.
So if we don't raise it, it would go down to $764 for 2023.
No, $764 is what it would do if you raise it. The slide's a little confusing, I'm seeing now, but it, basically for your hypothetical $500,000 home, it would go down from $951 to $764, even with the increase. Where you go from the $951 to the $955 is for that $500,000 home that increased in value. Okay. To $625.
Cool. All right.
So basically, because the overall value of homes in Bothell have gone up so much, the levy rate has gone down a corresponding amount.
That combined with the growth and the new construction being added to the rolls, yes.
Okay. Sorry, Councilmember Dodd.
No, I wanted to make sure we were all starting with the same information, because the slide is good, but it is a lot of numbers, I think, so that helps, because you said 200, and I was like, whoa, that's not how I read it. So I'm really glad that you being Councilmember Zorns, because I realize people can't see me pointing right at you. Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you.
City Manager.
Mayor, I wanted to interject just really quickly on a couple of things. One is that I would want to point anybody who's watching at home that have concerns about this to the city's website and search for property tax. And there is a page that does have a graphic that does split out property tax for both within King County and Snohomish County with a little bit of where your money is going. And then at the bottom of that page, what I wanted to talk about too is that there is links to both King County and Snohomish County tax relief programs. So if there are concerns about increasing tax, I just want people to know that there are options out there. Second, I know we're getting here from other council members as well, but I wanted to turn to our Public Works Director, Aaron Lenhart, who knows a lot about these levies and has been very involved in it, to speak to some of the concerns about any concerns about deception in terms of the levy. I don't think that is the case. So I'd like to turn it to Aaron as our resident historian to talk about how this does work.
Wow, okay. Thank you, City Manager Stannard, I appreciate that. So I just wanted to speak a little bit to, our property tax structure in this state is complicated, to say the least, and it kind of requires a degree in mathematics of some variety to truly understand it. But just taking some information from our last Safe Streets and Sidewalks Accountability Report, one of the things we report out every year is where the rate started per thousand versus where it is now. And because of our property tax structure, for 2021, for example, so the initial 9-year levy lid lift rate for Safe Streets and Sidewalks was 50 cents per thousand of assessed value. In 2021, that rate was just under 40 cents per thousand. So that was just in a matter of a couple of years, and that's because it's the 1% is applied to the pie, and additional new development that gets added to the rolls that takes some of that burden that everybody else was carrying before. So to your question, Councilmember Zorns, about, we said it would be 50 cents, but it's actually now less than 40 cents, so you're welcome.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. So in looking at the totality of someone who owns a $600,000 home, $625,000 home, what are they going to be paying this year?
Let me go back to that slide here. $625,000 home in 2023, that would be the $955.46.
Okay, so if somebody owns a $625,000 home, that's how much they're going to pay, right? Mm-hmm. So if somebody owns $1 million home, how much are they going to pay? Well, let's just double it. So if it's $1.2 million, they're going to be paying double that, right?
It would be double the $764 on the $500,000 home, yeah. So about $1,530 roughly.
Okay, so it's based on the valuation, the assessed value of your home. Mm-hmm. So if the assessed value goes way higher, it still increases. It's not a decrease, even though the percentage goes down. It's still an increase to your property tax.
Right.
Correct?
The rate would go down, but yes, the payment would go up.
Yes. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Then, have we ever in the past not taken the 1%?
Yes, for about 6 consecutive years, and I want to say that was probably 2008 through 2013, roughly.
And do you recall what the reason for that was?
The council majority at that time did not wish to increase taxes.
And if I remember correctly, 2008 is when it started, which was when we were in a pretty bad time.
I want to say it started in 08, somewhere in the range of 06 through 13. There was a 6-year period in there.
Okay. And if we don't take the 1%, how will that affect us?
Let me pull some numbers up here. Hold on. If we were to not, and of course I can't see it, if we were to not take the 1%, that would be Cost us about, let me go back to the slide here. The 1% increase represents about $250,000.
$250,000 to our budget,
Correct.
but it's a net impact of, depending on the valuation of somebody's home, much bigger, correct?
Mhm.
So I support the level of service that the city of Bothell provides to our community. I mean, first and foremost, we talk about life safety, the things that the fire department, public safety, the things the police department, the services that we provide, public works, keeping our streets clean and safe. But this is a heavy lift right now, knowing the time that we're going into. And I'm just concerned. I want to make sure that we have a conversation. I know that the time is now to pass this, but I think we need to have a pretty robust discussion about this, because it's a $250,000, I mean, am I hearing that correctly? $250,000 impact to our overall budget?
That's correct. 1% over the previous year's levy would be $248,000.
And then I think to myself, if for $250,000, a senior citizen in our community is unable to pay something because their property was assessed at a higher dollar value, that's something that weighs heavily on me. So I don't want to decrease our level of service, but I want to know what the impact of that I would like to know what the impact of that $250,000 is if we don't do this 1% this year. Does it mean that we don't get a study done or a park, or, I mean, what does that impact look like?
If the council chose not to take the 1%, we would have to come back at a future meeting with some scenarios of how you might do that. Certainly, as we have a conversation tonight of the final public hearing on the budget, there's also a few questions to answer for council in terms of some different increases. I mean, you have the discretion to tell us to just figure it out and come back with the recommendation as well. You're looking at, if you look at it in terms of positions, you're looking at about 2 to 2.5 positions, depending on the level. If you're looking at in terms of other things, in terms of maintenance and operations, there's some of that too, is that our operating costs are going up because of inflation. So we would say we will diminish levels of service because we're not keeping up. So there are scenarios, we'd have to run them. There's nothing that's tied to the 1% of that means you're buying a specific thing. And then the one thing that I'd acknowledge is that certainly as we sit in this room tonight, it is very different than when we sat in this room in April. And I want to acknowledge that we learn every day, right, of what's going on in our world. The premise of this year's budget, and we'll talk about that again with the next item too, is again of not increasing levels of service. We're really trying to keep pace, and there was a recognition by this council too, is that there are other mechanisms other than outside of property tax that we're going to have to start looking at in order to keep pace going forward and to continue Bothell to be the community that we want it to be in the future. And so again, those are future discussions for starting in next year. And we'll look at that. So I just want to remind too of that, again, the 1% was something that's anticipated, and as Ted's numbers show, we can look at the overall impact across the city. I think in his scenario, we're looking at it's like about $4 impact in that scenario, something like to that effect. So, depending on how you look at it, it's either $4 a year for people if there is a home for $650,000 in Bothell, and there may not be. Of assessed value, and if the council feels like that's enough to say we're not gonna take that this year, then we'll have to come back next week or on the 6th with some other scenarios of how we would reduce.
Well, thank you for sharing that. It does weigh heavy on me, thinking about where we're going and some of the struggles that we're probably going to see coming, and I would just like to know what that impact would have on us, and we are all in times where we're going to have to buckle up and make sure that even our home budgets work, right? So I think it's no different than us sitting here and making those decisions for our community. So hopefully we can have a little bit more of a robust discussion around this. But thank you for sharing that, City Manager.
Councilmember Aldrichs.
Thank you, Mayor. To Councilmember McNeil's point, my understanding, like he used the example of a senior who would be experiencing rate increases for property tax. And I would just once again like to point to the property tax relief programs that exist for King County and Snohomish County. And that includes tax relief for senior citizens, disabled, and people with fixed or limited incomes. So there is relief available for people who we know are vulnerable and likely to struggle as property taxes go up. It's really important for seniors in our community to know that that's an availability. I can't, like every senior I've spoken with that I've mentioned this program to, they've said, oh, I didn't even know that was a thing. And so I just think, if you have an elderly neighbor, tell them that they can get tax relief for their property tax because they've earned their limited income that they've gotten, and we need it to be able to continue to stretch to provide their needs, to meet their needs. So I very much want our seniors to know that they are cared for, valued, and have opportunities available to them to continue living comfortably based on their lifetime of hard work. So that's one thing. Second is, this is a question for the city manager. My understanding is that the proposed budget that we've been having public hearings on presupposes this increase. Is that true?
Yeah, as Ted mentioned, that on both of these last two that we've discussed, the 1% was part of the assumption of the budget, correct?
Yeah, because these are standard increases. They don't match inflation. So the city's already going to take a hit because costs are going to be going up more than the 1% increase that we are asking for from council. And so I guess that leads into my next question is, over the last several months, Ted has had several conversations with us about the impact on general fund reserves and how that decreases over time when we're talking about inflation and keeping up with general funds. And so if we continue on the path that we're on, even with the 1% increase, how will that affect our general reserve funds over time?
The proposed budget for 23-24 presumes an operating deficit for the general fund. I believe it's in the neighborhood of $6.5 million. Now, the vast majority of that is basically shifting money from the checking account to the saving account and bolstering our asset replacement fund to the extent that it needs to be bolstered. We've deferred a lot of replacements over the years, and that fund needs to be made solvent as well.
So for the 6 years where this increase wasn't taken, how does that impact where we are today in terms of the asset replacement? Did that factor into why asset replacement was deferred?
Definitely, because that not taking that 1% each year, it compounds each year over time. Let's say you forego the 1% 1 year, and just for sake of argument, that was $200,000. And then the next year you don't take the 1% again, that's another roughly $200,000 plus 1% of the $200,000 you didn't take the prior year. And so on and so forth.
I guess my line of questioning is leading me to recognize that even with 1% increases, we will continue to fall behind.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. It's a stark realization. It's important to be able to put it together and know that that's what we're dealing with.
And I think that definitely speaks to, again, of the council's interest in knowing what are some other revenue options, right? And because the recognition is that it isn't a sustainable model to rely just on property taxes to deliver the services to the city. And I think that's something that, again, was loud and clear in our April budget workshop, is that we need to start looking at what are some other options. And so that's, again, I think the work that's ahead of us. The other thing I'd just note is that the council, when we look at you're talking about it with the general fund impact, when we look at the projections, there's also been the foresight of a year ago of looking at creating a general fund stabilization fund, knowing that a recession would come. And so there's that built in too. But again, overall, as Ted was saying, like there are impacts both ways on this, and that's what we're here to do, though, is to figure out how to deliver the best services we can with the available resources. So we will always do what we can.
All right. I'm not seeing anybody else. Oh, Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you. I think the question around the safe streets increases was answered by the Public Works Director. Do we know how our public safety levy is now compared to when it was first started? Is it less being paid? Is it more? Is it equal?
The levy rate is very similar to what happened with safe streets. As assessed value in the city goes up, the levy rate goes down.
Okay, that's helpful to know. Rewinding real quick to your comment about CPI, because the public safety levy was passed with language regarding CPI, the city council, that gives the city council authority to raise all of the levies by CPI, correct?
That's correct. Having sat through a lot of those meetings where the public safety levy was talked about, I don't believe that was an intended consequence, but that's how the law is written, and that's how the county assessors have interpreted it, that yes, you have the power to raise all of those levy components by CPI if you were to choose to do so. However, at the end of, I believe it's a 6-year period, the non-public safety portions of this levy would revert back to what they would have been had you only increased by the standard 1% a year. So I believe in MRSC language, they call that the levy cliff. And staff's not recommending that you do that.
First, thank you for not recommending that we do that. I also want to just stop and acknowledge that that's pretty terrifying, that is a power that's been granted to us, for lack of a better word. I don't believe that the voters intended to do that. I know I certainly did not when I voted for it. So just want to acknowledge that is something that was approved, but we're not doing that. We're not considering it. I don't think that anybody on council would ever vote for something like that. So I don't want to speak for everybody, but just wanted to make that clear that that is the case, and we are not looking at that. I echo what Councilmember McNeil said about the 1% increase. Knowing what we just been through, what the future is looking like, knowing that we set aside an opportunity and stabilization fund, I think we should really look hard at that as to whether or not we want to use that in place of the 1%. I do understand compounding, so knowing that if we don't do that, it's going to cause us to miss out on revenue that we will never be able to get back in the future, and knowing that we are already strapped with the current laws around property tax revenue, that's also concerning to me. So it's kind of one of those catch-22s, I think, as a council member, doing the right thing for the community while also serving the community. What does that mean? What does that look like? But I do think we should consider that opportunity fund, knowing that it was put in place for perhaps such times as these. So I don't think that should be out of the conversation tonight. I think that's all the questions that I have. Thank you.
So just to clarify, the difference between the levy this year on a $500,000 house and next year on a $625,000 house, assuming that 25% increase, is about $4 a year.
Yeah, $4 or $5, right?
Okay, and so that'd be around 30-40 cents per month, roughly? Okay. And we could have raised this at the cost of inflation for a significant chunk of this for the levies, but we chose not to. Or we are in the process of choosing
in theory,
not to.
you could still
Yeah.
choose to, but staff's not recommending that.
I think that would be a really bad idea. So no, I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation here. Thank you. I will accept a motion.
Would you like to accept public comment first?
Yes, that would be a really great idea. Thank you. I was just checking to make sure you were still paying attention, City Attorney. Do we get any public comment?
We did not. However, I'm going to ask again, if anybody in the virtual audience would like to speak to this, please use the raise hand function. I'll give them a minute. All right, anybody?
All right. Would anybody like to make a motion? Yeah. Go for it, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to make him to move to regarding. Sorry, you about to consider to move to adopt. What is the motion? Sorry, I
To
can't
approve
see.
the proposed property tax levy ordinance to provide funding for central local government services in the 23-24 biennium.
Oh, there it is. See, that's what I
just moved
to approve the proposed property tax levy ordinance, provide funding for essential local government services in the 23-24 biennium. So I was looking at the next one. It's like because everything is budget related. Sorry.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Deputy Mayor Alcabra and a second from Councilmember Aldrichs to move the recommended action. Would anybody like to comment on the motion, Councilmember Zorns?
Okay. First, I want to apologize to staff if it sounded like I was accusing you of being deceptive. That was not my intention. I just know when I have talked to a lot of people at the door, everything is a knee-jerk reaction when budgets are tight. So secondly, I'm going to vote no on this, not because I don't think that we need the padding here, but I'm also having these flashes of so many people that I talk to, fixed income, whose fixed income is not at the poverty level that would qualify them for tax help, but enough where they are living, fixed paycheck to fixed paycheck. And this is a hardship. So I am voting no for them. I'm also going to lean hard on our city manager to be looking for other areas of revenue because I think it's time for it. So my vote for no is not to support the things that we do in the city, but my vote no is to support the people whose budgets are really tight. This is a tough year, and a warning that probably next year I will be voting for the 1% increase.
Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate all the points that have been raised. One of the things that we lament in Bothell is how hard it is to afford to live here, how unaffordable it's gotten over time. I also, living here during the time when this 1% was not taken advantage of, our budget suffered. I mean, it was dire messaging coming to us as residents for a long time, and it seems like we've turned a corner, and I would hate to go back on that, and thinking about the people in our community that we want to support, seniors, people who are disabled or living on fixed incomes. A lot of our spending that we've just talked about for human services goes to organizations that help people with concerns, goes to programming through our Parks Department that they depend on. And I would hate to see any cuts to that because of this 1% bill that affects, as the mayor said, less than 50 cents a month for sort of an average home price. So I would like to see us continue at the level of service we have now. I will be supporting the increase with the understanding that so much of our budget goes to services and programs that those residents need. And I think that serves a strong need, and I would like to see it continue. Thank you.
Councilmember Mankey.
I'd like to make an amending motion. I would like to move that the public safety levy and the Safe Streets and Sidewalks levy increase at a rate of 1%, and that we do not increase the property tax levy and instead use opportunity fund dollars in place of that.
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Mankey and a second from Councilmember McNeil to forego the 1% on the general levy only. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Deputy Mayor?
Not that I have an issue with the amendment. I just need to understand now you're adding new math. So how does that? It was already complicated enough for my tiny brain this late to comprehend. Now you're adding more math, and I know Ted is a genius, but I don't know if his spreadsheet can do that quick enough.
I think he'll get there. So
He'll get there.
We'll give him the second.
Yeah. So I would.
Would anybody like to speak to the motion that is not waiting for Ted?
Well,
Ted's ready.
It'd be about $138,000 if you were to forego the 1% on the general fund portion of the levy.
So instead of 250, it will be 138.
Correct.
So 100K.
Councilmember Mankey?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make this proposal so we can enter into discussion about the topic. We didn't get to do that during the question round, so I wanted to make sure that we actually had that conversation and we got to hear from everybody on how they felt about that. Even if we don't move forward with it, I think it's just worth having the conversation and understanding what that means.
Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you. How large is the fund we're pulling from? Like, so if we're pulling from the I forget the name of it, the Opportunity Fund, how much is in there?
Oh, the budget stabilization fund?
Yeah.
There's $3.5 million in there.
Okay.
But I would add that the famous fund balance chart that you've seen in some of the workshops and whatnot, that even with that $3.5 million, you would cross the 90-day reserve line sometime in, I believe, 2026. At which point, then you would have to, staff, under the current financial policies, we would have to come up with a plan to raise those reserves back up to that 90-day level.
Well understood. It definitely gives me pause. I appreciate the thought, especially just getting creative in how we approach this. I just worry about, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars in our budget, so $3.5 million is not it sounds like a lot because that's not what's in my savings account, but it doesn't feel like a lot given the city's budget. So thank you.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yeah, so thank you, Councilmember Mankey, for making that motion. I think it lends itself to having conversation, which is what I think, for me, what I'm looking to have is a conversation, what the impacts are. I know it may seem that 30 cents or $4 a year is not a lot to some people, but it's not the 30 cents or the $4 that I'm concerned with. It's the 195, the 250, 300, and it's the multiple levies that we have to pay for. And those $4 here, $4 there start to add up over time. And for some who are on fixed incomes, may not get relief, some may. That's an awesome opportunity. But I think if we look back at the history of what was done in 2008, fast forward to what was done a year or two ago to be more fiscally responsible, we did think about those things coming again, hitting us again. And so we have an opportunity fund for that reason. And we should be looking at using that opportunity fund now. And maybe next year we raise the 1%. But to not have the conversation, to just push it off that, we need to keep levels at wherever the levels are and not pull up our bootstraps and get to work and do our job, which we were elected to do here, I think is not doing the service to the community that we're elected to do. So I am, once again, I'm supportive of making sure that we have this conversation, continue to have the conversation on being fiscally responsible, and ensuring that we're doing what we're elected to do for the citizens of Bothell. So for me, I'm not supportive of doing it without the conversation. So hopefully that doesn't mean that people think I don't support my community, because I do 100%, but I also support my entire community and everyone in it. So.
All right, I've got a couple questions. At our lowest point, how low were our reserves in the last 5 years?
Just off the top of my head, I'd have to research it, but I want to say in the neighborhood of $3 million.
Got it. How long does that fund operations for the city of Bothell?
I believe the proposed general fund budget for 2023 is in the neighborhood of $70 million for the year.
Okay.
So 3 divided by 70.
Okay. So 3 million is kind of like that's really bad. Yeah.
Very much.
In terms of not taking the 1% for 6 years, how much did that contribute to us getting in that terrible financial position?
Significantly.
Okay. I think that we've finally been trying to build back our reserves and to actually have an opportunity fund so that when an opportunity comes up, we can take advantage of it. We've had to work really hard, and staff's done a great job of marshaling the budget so that we are in a significantly better place now, and we actually have an opportunity fund again. And I think making the same decisions that led to putting us in such a terrible place in the first place is a really bad idea, and I won't be supporting it. And I'd also just like to point out that most people with a fixed income got a raise this year. Social Security went up 8.7%, L&I went up 7.5%, PERS was 3%, LEF was 4.75%, and I think it's really important that we have a financially healthy city. And a chunk of that sometimes is that taxes go up significantly less than inflation. In this case, about 40 cents a month. I'm pretty comfortable with that. I'll be voting against the amendment. Do we want to do round two?
I just want to make a clarification on something.
Okay.
One is that this $3.5 million opportunity fund is over and above a 90-day reserve, so it is set aside specifically for opportunities and stabilization. The other is that we are going to be looking at other revenue sources, so the 1% that we're relying on now will not be the only thing that we have potentially in the future. So if we do not take it this year, it may not impact us as much as we're looking at right now, just based on relying on that solely. So I just want to make all of that clear and put all that out there. So thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
I appreciate that. Question, I don't know, maybe city manager or whoever. The revenue sources that we talked about looking into, that's not going to happen in the next year. Like, we're not going to be, or are we going to be able to identify something in the next year?
There might be some, but I think all of them was going to take significant public outreach. I think that, again, thinking about having a retreat at the beginning of the year, unfortunately in January, I think that's helpful, and that we have some time to zero in on where some of those interests might be. But yeah, I think that's fair. It's unlikely that there'd be any significant change in 2023, but I would say that we will have a better sense a year from now of which ones are coming and be able to, as we look at the mid-buy, be informed by conversations that are taking place, but implemented, probably not.
So if we postpone this decision, the amendment, for example, to next year, we might have a better chance of actually, say, if we vote for the amendment or vote no for levy increases or whatever, then we have the opportunity to make it up with other revenue sources because we'll have more information next year or the year after, plus or minus.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be delaying the I want to make sure that we're not nuancing. You wouldn't be delaying the decision, as Ted mentioned, we have till November 30th to turn things in. So for this year, it would be the decision is, are you taking it or not, right? And then there is the ability to bank that capacity to future years. And so you could then look at next year, a couple scenarios. One is to take the 1%. Another would be is to take the 1% and an additional 1% of the bank capacity. If circumstances change, you could draw back to this year. And so then that gap, as Ted mentioned, the compounding factor, you wouldn't be compounding more than just the 1 year of taking it. And you would have a different, again, you'll have a different picture of what are the types of things that the council is interested in pursuing.
No, I didn't mean not to vote on this. I meant to vote, if we vote yes on this, well, then next year we can vote no, because we have alternative sources of the revenue to make up for the gap that that we might have if we vote no next year.
Yeah, every year you get the opportunity to decide, do you want to or do you not want to?
But then would we be ready with alternative sources of revenue? That's my question.
I think we'll have some, and we'll have a picture of what are the things that you want to do going forward. Yeah.
Because I do recognize that, whereas I sympathize, because I knocked on doors also, and I did run into a number of folks on fixed income, and they did complain. Learning more, and I think this is where the educational opportunity we talked about earlier, to tell, like, you get charged property tax, but the city doesn't get much. Much of that big tax, it might look big, but it's actually a small amount. And the city cannot, we don't have a printer right here in the back, next to the lunchroom to print the money that we need. And we do need to rely on, the residents, the taxpayers, I guess specifically, who can support the services. Especially we talked about, we want to even restore previous levels of service. We're not saying we're going to go above and beyond and start building new things. We're doing, in the agenda we did, there was a list of studies that are going to be made with the additional funding, which is good because we do need to take our city to the next level in the near future. And given the tax relief, and given if the information, the increases of the income of folks, I feel like, and so that we won't get into, we won't need to have the conversation, are we in deficit, are we not in deficit, what's the impact of that line? I like to see lines crossing, and the further they move in the years, the better for us. So I feel like we're getting into a place where we are starting to get a handle on our financial situation, and I'd hate for us to slow that momentum down. So I feel like, I'm talking, by the way, because this is new information, so I'm just walking through my reasoning here. So I feel like it's better I wouldn't support the amendment, because I feel like we'll need every dollar for this. So this is where I am right now. Unless somebody introduces new information, which
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. So can I just get a clarifying question on the, if we don't take the 1% this year, what we're able to do next year? City Manager, you brought up a point that I wasn't thinking about previously.
Oh, in terms of deferring?
Yes.
Yeah. Ted, do you want to speak to bank capacity, or? Okay.
If you were to not take the 1%, you do have the option to bank that capacity and then draw against it in a future year, yes.
So we could literally not take it this year and then bank it and then go take it next year if we needed to.
My understanding is the 6 years that we did not take the 1%, the council also specifically did not bank the capacity. That's where the compounding effect comes in.
Okay, so if we bank it, then we can recover that, is what I'm taking from you. Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading hand signals. I think, for clarification, then, yet next year the option would be if the council could consider not increasing any portion. They could also consider taking a 1% or taking 2% based on that base bank capacity. So there would be three options.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate this discussion and the amendment that came through that generated it. We're stewards of this budget. I think it's a little telling that we didn't receive any public comment on a tax increase because people don't like those. I don't want to take too much risk here and not take the 1% that's built into our budget that maintains our levels of service on the off chance that in the next year we come up with alternate sources of revenue. I would far rather see us take the 1%, be conservative about our chances, because I don't see us like striking oil, under City Hall or anything, and just all work together to come up with those alternate revenue sources so that next year we don't have to take the 1%. It makes me very hesitant to say, okay, we're not going to take it this year because we're going to hope that we come up with something better. I would like to come up with something better, and also not come back with effectively 2% next year either. That's a bigger surprise to people on their tax bills. So that's kind of where I'm leaning, is just sort of a little more conservative, like let's do what we need to do based on the budget that we've all been presented. And then, like I said, I really want us to work together to find ways to reduce the tax burden, but not at the risk of the levels of service that we have. I just feel like if we can get there, that would be awesome, but I feel like we're not there yet. So I will be voting no on the amendment.
Councilmember Alders.
I really appreciate the conversation this has stimulated and the thoughts that are being shared. My concern is that, I'm going to just very much validate that inflation has been hard this year. And we're also looking at the potential of a recession next year. And it's not a recession yet. And so I don't necessarily feel comfortable banking on or anticipating something that hasn't happened. And so I very much am in support of staff recommendations to raise it the 1% this year, knowing that next year it could be even harder on our residents, and it might make more sense to not take it next year, or it might make more sense to bank it next year. But because I don't have the information that tells me that that is what we need to do now, I'm not willing to do that at this point. So I would not be voting in support of the amending motion.
All right, quick question. Just like we could bank the 1%, we could always reduce taxes by 1% next year too, correct?
In theory, yes, I suppose you could.
Perfect. So if we banked it and, raised it 2% next year, just like there's concern about raising it 1% this year, I'm equally concerned, if not more so, about raising it 2% next year. We've heard through our various presentations in our different funds over the last few months that there are, we try to smooth out increases rather than have them step dramatically, because those dramatic steps are much harder for people. And also, in terms of alternate revenue sources, making decisions based on theoretical future plans that we haven't even talked about yet is, I'm assuming that's not financial best practice.
I'd want to see what those future plans are if it were me, sure.
And that's my point. I mean, same thing. I feel like when we're talking about replacing this with something, I feel like we should have the conversation about what we're going to replace it with before we just decide we're going to replace it with something. I'm looking forward to having that conversation at our retreat and what we're doing, and I too appreciate the conversation that this has stimulated. And I think we're probably ready for a vote.
Okay, for the amending motion, please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
No.
Councilmember Alders?
No.
Councilmember McNeil?
No.
Councilmember Menke?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
No.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
No.
Fails 5-2 with Councilmembers Mayor Thompson, Councilmember Alders, Councilmember McNeil, Councilmember Dodd, and Deputy Mayor Alcabra in the negative. Did I say 4-2? I meant 5-2. Sorry.
All right, fantastic. And now let's do the other motion, the main motion.
Okay.
We have already gone one round of discussing it, haven't we?
Yeah, I think several people have gone twice, so I'd just like to clarify if I could, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, sir. I did not support the last motion. I want to thank Councilmember Mankey for bringing that motion forward for additional conversation. I will not be supporting this motion either. I will not be supporting this motion because this is our budget. It's our budget to rectify, it's our budget to create, and it's our budget to ensure it's the right budget for our community. So I will not be supporting this motion. I think we have opportunity funds. I think we have the opportunity to move forward without raising the 1% at this time. And so I will not be in support of this motion.
Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to thank Council for the robust discussion. I very much appreciate it. I think it was a very good discussion, and I'm glad we had the opportunity to have it. I'll be taking a symbolic no vote, even though I'm probably going to be in the minority on that. But I just think we have an opportunity here to do something a little different, bank the capacity, and come back next year and raise it 2% and not miss out on that if we need to. We are in difficult times, and oftentimes you don't know you're in a recession until you're on your way out of it or already out of it. So that's just the way that economics works and forecasting and measuring works. It's always in arrears. So I will not be in supportive of this main motion.
All right. Seeing no other comments, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
No.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
No.
Councilmember Mankey?
No.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 4-3 with Councilmembers Zorns, McNeil, and Mankey in the negative.
All right. Thank you so much. We are going to take an 8-minute break right now. We've got a long one tonight, and I don't want to slog all the way through it. It is 8:27. We'll see everybody back here at 8:35. Of Agenda Bill 22163, the final public hearing on the preliminary 2023-2024 budget. I'm going to open the public hearing now and then turn it over to City Manager Stannard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And rest assured, Ted will be back on the next item, so this is just a little breather for him. As you mentioned, tonight we are going to have the second of two budget public hearings that have taken place since November as we've talked about the budget. Just want to, I like to spoil the path before we even get there, but just for tonight to know that as part of the budget public hearing, I'm going to start off with just a little background around the budget for anybody who maybe hasn't tuned in to our conversations. They've been going on for longer than one would imagine, about 7.5 months. And then we will, I'll do a quick review of some of the things and highlights in the budget. There was a request last week of being able to show what are the positions that are up for discussion. That was from Councilmember Zorn. So we'll look at that before we open the public hearing, just to, again, to make sure that everybody following along can see what that information is. I'll also then review the questions that are remaining to answer. And then we'll take a pause there, open the public hearing, and then start answering some of those questions for council too. But I wanted to make sure that as we sequence this along, that we let the public speak into if there's anything they'd like to add, so that you have the opportunity of responding or bringing in their questions to what we have. And I'm thankful for staff here tonight. So again, by way of background, I was so clever to bring up my slides early, and now I can't advance them. There we go. So again, we started in April with budget workshop. I'm going to go quickly through this, really fast forwarding then to in September, we started the conversation around the capital facilities plan and adopted that in October, which really set a number of things for the budget as a baseline of some of the expectations and assumptions of what would be included in the overall budget. You've also held a utility rate public hearing, and cognizant of the conversations we've had tonight about the increased cost of government. There was discussions there too about those increases and how we communicate with the community. And then also in the last meeting of October was the kickoff of the preliminary budget and the opportunity for council to ask questions. And we've gone through then the month of November answering those questions and having the opportunity to raise new ones as well, all with the path of planning for a December 6th adoption, which I think we still have a good chance to get to. There has been some specific focuses as we've had that conversation around fleet and facilities and the fire station discussions. We looked at human services last week and public safety overall, particularly our police department. And then what I really want to think too is that the questions that council asked back in October touched upon every department in this organization, which I think really sends the message and reflects of how all of the pieces of our agency have to pull together in order to meet the needs of the city. And I think with our level of service questions or conversations tonight, and with the there's been spotlights throughout this process of where we learn new things or we hear from the subject matter experts that work for the city that bring a lot of value. And I've appreciated the comments that council's brought in and the praise for the talented staff we have. But also just want to point that out then too for the question tracking, both for the questions that we've responded just in writing in the packet to make sure that the information is out there for everybody else. But then also in the presentations we've had, every department's been part of that. So I want to thank the ELT that's with us here tonight, but also their staff who have helped pull that information together. And I hope that that process has been helpful both to the council to make sure that you were able to see from that very first week that the questions that you put on the table were going to be considered and then what those answers were, and also for the community that's tracking along. I think having that information in writing has been helpful. And then I'm thankful for the communications team as well that posted PowerPoints and the videos from those meetings in case anybody, again, is picking up. Maybe they weren't tracking all the way from April, but started hearing about budget and want to get caught up. So thankful for that. And that brings us to tonight on the 15th. So we will have the second budget hearing, public hearing, answer some more questions and then see if we're able to satisfy all those. And if there's not new questions, then the finance staff will be prepared to come forward on December 6th. If there are additional questions, we may need to find an alternate path. So quick overview we've discussed this chart without looking at it a few times tonight. So glad that it's in here. That wasn't an ad. That's just the way it is. What we talked about quite a bit tonight, that green line, I just want to highlight that. Again, that was a general fund stabilization fund of $3.5 million. And what you'll see is that a couple of things that I want to note. Ted was asked the question about what was the condition of the general fund balance at any given point. And he mentioned that at one point it was as low as $3 million. Well, I want to point out that as we look at where we are in 2022, it's up, you have to look for the $25 million line and then look a little bit down from that. And I also want to acknowledge that if you look at just 2021, that again, it was 20 million. And the significance of that is that there was some tightening of the belt by this council within the COVID era of making sure we had a lot of unknowns ahead of us in terms of what revenues would look like, and so spending was cut, and it's put us in a position to have a higher end fund balance than we normally would. So when we talk about the $6.5 million deficit, some of that is a calculation of realizing that we're also entering in with, because of the era that we were in, of having some conservative estimates, that we've ended up having revenues that were higher than anticipated. And as opposed to growing government or making different decisions, really the investment that's considered in this budget is to start looking at asset replacement and getting back on track on some things that have been deferred for many years. So again, while it looks like that's a big spend, that isn't for, we're not adding a bunch of new services. What we're really trying to do is take care of the things that already exist. We're looking at fixing what's broken and, again, trying to get back to a level of service that's already existed in the community. Some of those investments then that we talked about is, again, asset replacement, both in the capital budget as well as in the general fund. We've talked about fleet upgrades, which was covered the first meeting in November to talk about some future of our fleet. There is an attachment that's been referred to tonight about some of the studies that were really helping shape and inform what is the future of Bothell. And I think that that's a really important aspect too of, again, all of these topics start coming together, but we talked about specifically of that there is an interest in looking at what are the revenues and how are we paying for government going forward. I think those studies help inform too, how do we have the conversation of, and what would those revenues do? Like, let's have some very specifics around what we would be paying for. Last week, there was considerable time and attention spent on human services investments. And then again, tonight, later on, there's the opportunity to, actually, that was on consent. I take it back. There's a lot of that was approved on the consent calendar based on the conversation last week. We're going to touch a little bit more on some of the parks investments and CFP tonight as part of this presentation. Public safety and radar, again, that's something that we're talking about in community events. We're an investment in this budget. So while, again, we will go to the public and hear any questions that they have too, the questions that are on our radar to make sure that we address tonight so we can keep moving forward for December 6th is we want to look at the proposed positions funded in the budget. Part of that was a consideration of funding an FTE instead of an LTE for Human Services Coordinator. And then there was also the question about Parks Capital Project Manager position and what are the funding sources for that. There had been a question that we have not addressed yet about a request for an additional planner in community development. I'll be prepared to speak to that after the public hearing. And then also wanted to make sure that we don't lose track of a request that was received back in October and then brought up again as a reminder last week of looking for council direction on a request to move state and federal lobbyist contract funds, which is before you tonight, out of the council budget and into a non-departmental budget. And just again, for anybody who's watching who may be wanting to comment in the public, just to be clear on that one too, that really is moving money that exists in the budget just to another account. So it'd be like if you had two checking accounts, you're moving it from one to the other. And for the non-departmental account, there's a few things that that's used for, but one of them is there are different organizations that the city is a member in that where, and sometimes a membership with an organization is a personal one of, there's a position that becomes a member of an organization. Those are often in departmental budgets. The non-departmental memberships, as an example, our membership in the Association of Washington Cities or the Sound Cities Association, where as an agency we are members, and then there are many participants across the city. Those are then, I'll say, scooped up. Those funds or that membership is put in a non-departmental fund that's managed out of the city manager's office. So that would be then where the state and federal lobbyist contract would go. And I would just say, again, from a standpoint of it doesn't affect the amount of the budget. It'll be still administered by the city manager's office. But what it does help do is reflect that it's not just council that is working with those lobbyists. There is staff involvement with the lobbyist firms too. And again, oftentimes based on the direction of council and what is in your legislative priorities, we'll work with the lobbyists, but there's certainly interaction across the city. So in terms of if there's any concerns on our end in terms of recommending that move, not at all. I think it's been reflective of the council has made the decision in recent years to add that funding, and it went into the council budget. Now that it's in place, and I think we're seeing what the ROI or the value of that investment is, and it's ongoing, you could either continue to highlight it in the council budget, move it to non-departmental. The good news is either way, it's funded. So at this point, I want to pause and stop sharing and make sure we turn it over to the clerk to hear if there's anybody signed up to speak or if there's any comments received. After that, we'll go into answering some of the questions.
Thank you, City Manager Stannard. We do not have anybody signed up to speak at the budget public hearing. However, if there's anyone in the audience that wishes to do so, please use raise your hand function. I will panel you in. Or if there's anybody in the audience that wishes to speak, please feel free to come up to the podium, state your name. We'll give people a moment to do that. I'm seeing none.
See if I can pull off this advanced work. The answer is no. All right. So again, here were the questions that we were going to go through. So first of all, I wanted to highlight again what position, the question from last week, and I think it's a good one again, because if you look through the entire budget, picking out what are the positions, it's a big document, I want to be able to highlight that. So the total number of positions, and I should be clear on that actually, it says FTE, but a couple of these are limited term, and I apologize, they're highlighted, but it is confusing. So Human Services Coordinator is a position, again, that one was being proposed as funded by ARPA, which is a one-time funding source. It is being proposed as a limited term position. Again, with the recommendation that came with the assumption in the budget is there's a study to look at what are the Human Services Needs Assessment. That position would be instrumental in helping us navigate through that process. And then looking at, well, what are the needs that are ongoing? We'll have to figure out what the ongoing funding source for that is. And part of that ongoing funding would be within, would be figuring out how is it funding and what's the positions. Now, what I've certainly heard loud and clear from some of the council members is this idea of we can make the calculated assumption that some level of coordination from staff will be part of that. And so what would be the implication of moving that into the budget as an FTE and not funded out of ARPA, but putting it out of the general fund, just some numbers associated with that. From a standpoint of the total cost per year of that position, which would be salary plus benefits, we'd be looking at approximately about $134,000 a year, plus some startup fees. There's always you need a laptop, you need more pens, those sorts of things. But basically, if we look at about $135,000 a year, again, that's one where we start getting into the conversation of how much is that going to bend the general fund curve. And interestingly, I mean, it kind of ties into what we were just talking about with whether or not to take the 1%. It's about the same amount. So the presumption had been that we would really just draw down. Ted ran a scenario of looking at what does it do for the general fund with the contingency line. Really, we're still crossing in the same year in 2026. It's just probably like the difference of a couple of months. But there's also the option of we can certainly sharpen our pencils and look at if there's a way of reducing somewhere else, if that's what council would want to do as well. The other limited term position I'm going to have Nick Stroop talk about here in a second. But just to run through, there was one position in CD, which was a permit services coordinator position anticipated in the budget. To the same question of what's the financial impact of that. This position is a higher classified role, and so we'd be looking at about a salary of about $114,000 a year, and then when you build in benefits, that's about another $85,000. So you're looking at a little over $200,000 in that position, plus again those startup costs. So that's already assumed in the budget. So this would be one where it's reflected in all the materials you saw. The question would be is if you. But again, hasn't been a request to unfund that, but just to make sure that we highlight that it's in there. There's two other positions of taking from part-time to full-time. One of them is the payroll specialist. You'll recall we talked about in October of one of the lessons we've learned through this pandemic is when you have one person processing payroll during a pandemic, if that one person gets sick, you got a problem. So from a good business practice standpoint, there was a half-time position that temporarily through the pandemic was being able to move closer to full-time. We'd be looking at making that a permanent move to have the redundancy, and then that position also has some capacity to help out in other places within finance. And then the DEI coordinator as well. That was one that was funded at a half-time position. Instead of filling that role, we've been using that money to work with a consultant to do an assessment of what are the needs in the organization. The recommendation here, though, is to move forward with, as opposed to hiring a half-time DEI coordinator. I think that would be a tough role, knowing that there's going to be needs from the community and needs from the organization. Saying that you're going to split that half-time, really, there wouldn't be a lot of traction. I think if there was an interest in not funding that position, we'd probably ask to reserve the same amount of funding and continuing to look at consulting services for that. But if we're going to add a position, the time would be now to go to a full-time FTE. And again, when you're looking at moving from half-time to full-time in the calculations, it's a little more nuanced than doubling. But in terms of the DEI coordinator, that would be looking at going from about $60,000 a year to about $120,000. With that, the next one was the Parks Capital Project Manager, and I think there was a handful of questions that really related to parks as well, in terms of there's a lot of interest in making sure that our parks system is healthy, and are we moving forward in the right direction. So with that, I am going to turn it over to Nick Stroop, our Parks and Recreation Director, to talk through a little bit of this and give a sense for the council of kind of what he's seeing in terms of the investments that are made and what that does for parks. So Nick, I'll turn it over to you.
Great. Well, thank you, City Manager Stannard. I'm going to just give an overview of what our Parks and Rec budget focused on. So we have really three areas of focus. We have our taking care of what we have our capital facilities projects and community outreach, and we have enhancing programs. Tonight you've heard a lot about sort of our deferred asset replacement projects, and that's a really big deal in Parks and Recreation. Over the past several years, we've deferred our asset replacement projects for various reasons, mostly having to do with balancing the budget. When we ask our residents and our stakeholders, the number one thing that we hear back is, please take care of what you have. We heard this in our PROS plan, most recently in the various surveys that we did, and we frequently hear it from our everyday users. So this proposal seeks to fund the city's asset replacement program, which we believe will be foundational to our overall future success. For the capital facilities projects, as you know, we laid off our capital planning and grants manager position in this biennium. We also mothballed our capital program in Parks and Recreation. This budget proposes to hire a dedicated capital projects manager to reestablish, manage, and implement the recently approved 2023 through 2029 Parks Capital Facilities Plan. And then enhancing programs. This proposal focuses on additional funding for the Summer Night Series, additional seasonal help in operations, and So adding some programs of work for our boards and commissions. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about those investments. So our asset replacement program, this budget proposes to fund 50 parks asset replacement projects. The reason that we have 50 again is because we've deferred year after year. And so this includes things like playground replacements. There's 7 playgrounds that need to be replaced. They've actually need to be replaced since I've been here in this position in 2018. And we are getting to the end of the life of many of these assets. It also includes things like a restroom replacement at Blythe Park. It includes roofs, floors, interior and exterior paint, sports court resurfacing, turf replacement. And it's sort of that analogy of, when you think about changing the oil in your car, you can probably go a couple cycles, but eventually your engine's going to seize. It's the same thing in asset replacement. If we don't take care of this, eventually we will fail. And that's with just taking care of what we've got. On the new capital projects manager position, I know there's been some questions about, the one-time funding, and I think we all share that concern. The budget proposes to fund a capital projects manager position using ARPA dollars, which will give our department time to get our capital processes up and running again. Again, those were completely shut down during this biennium. Moving forward, we'll look to fully fund the position in future years using the Public Works model, which transfers money from the Capital Improvement Fund to the General Fund to pay for the capital-focused positions. And then on the program enhancements, our budget proposal looks to add a spring community event, add a kids element to the summer night series, add 3 additional seasonal maintenance workers to help offset our needs during those peak seasons, where honestly it's 7 days a week, sunshine all day, people are out all the time in our parks, and that's where we need the most help. So 3 additional seasonal positions. It also adds some professional training back for our staff. That was something that we cut in this biennium as well. And then finally, we're looking to add a artist grant program for our Bothell Arts Commission, and then a wayfinding park naming project for our Parks and Recreation Board to work on in concert with our master planning efforts at the former Wayne Golf Course, which are slated to begin in 2024. Next slide, please. So where are we going? That's probably the biggest question of the night. Where are we going? While this budget proposal doesn't address all of our wants or needs, we believe it sets the stage for reestablishing our long-range planning while laying the foundation for an important discussion with you and our community about the future Parks and Recreation in Bothell. Working with our residents, stakeholders, boards and commissions, as well as the council, we'd like to work with all of you to deliver the vision for sustainably maintaining, funding, and expanding Parks and Recreation to meet the growing needs of our community. And with that, I'll hand it back to City Manager Stannard.
Thank you, Nick. So wrapping up, I want to highlight the questions and then also want to circle back to the question about an additional planner. I misspoke earlier as well. I gave out some numbers that were actually related to if we were to add an additional planner. That's the number that's a little over $200,000 a year. What is in the budget is the idea of funding an additional plans examiner, which is a salary of just under $100,000, and then benefits, again, another like $45,000 a year in terms of benefits for the total cost. And the senior plans examiner was one that was, staff were looking at what are the different options. Within the budget, that was something that as I listened to the benefits and kind of where things were at, part of the focus of adding the plans examiner was about the continued increasing complexity of development in Bothell, of, again, the types of construction that are going on in the community are not simple at this point forward. We're looking at larger structures, we're looking at a different type of development. And so wanting to recognize that, again, that's something of where we look at what's the potential impact and what are the tools. In terms of the planner, the reason that wasn't part of the proposed budget was my sense was that there are some other changes that have been made that we can wait and see how is this working before we added. During the break, we're having a conversation with our member of the public who's staying with us, and I always appreciate that. I think public meetings go better with the public, so I'm thankful. But around as we look at this, we don't take lightly adding positions. I know that's something that everyone in this room has in common. Within community development in 2022, in the first and early part of the second quarter, there was a reorganization. Part of that reorganization was looking at how staff were organized with the intent of increasing some planning capacity. We haven't really necessarily had time to see the impact of that change, though. And part of that is that, not only was there this reorganization, but we obviously had some senior leadership changes too. We were fortunate to be able to have Ashley join the organization as the deputy director, right as Jeff Smith was preparing to retire, and that was somewhat of a succession plan, but the succession plan changed when our director then also moved on. And so we've had a grand total of like 2 weeks now in Ashley's tenure where we've been staffed as intended with having a director and a deputy director. Jason will be working with staff as he's now in his second week to review the planning docket from 2022 and making an assessment of what moved forward and what didn't move forward and what adjustments do we need to make in order to make that more accurate. We're already having conversations too about how do we come back to council more than just once a year of looking at that planning docket and keeping you informed of where things are at in case an adjustment seems necessary in terms of moving things forward. So as we look towards 2023, that's something that you can expect to see as well. I think if there was to be then a service level change in terms of planning capacity, certainly that's something that the council can consider as part of this budget of adding a position. What an assumption had been is we could look at that also as part of that planning docket as it comes in the first part of next year, in order to say at the current staffing levels, this is what we can do. If you want to change the service levels and add a position, this is what it might look like. Again, one position may not, certainly double it, but there would be an effect. And so we could be prepared to have that conversation. And then lastly, I just note that when we think about the studies that are in the budget, one of them is looking at a development fee study and making sure, are we collecting fees at the appropriate level? And part of the scope that I had asked staff to consider putting in there, if that study is funded, we would also be looking at, is there a different model of how we allocate those resources? Right now, development fees are coming into the general fund largely, and so then they get spread across the city. And so in some organizations, you'll see restricted revenue on terms of all of the different fees that come into a community development department. And that's something that we want to look at too, of what would be the impact, so that there is the ability to staff up when things are booming, and then it's always difficult, but sometimes necessary to staff down when things are slower. Although I think in the Puget Sound region, slow is a relative term. I think we would all say that too over the last decade. So that hopefully covers really at a level in terms of what are the different aspects, but I'm obviously here, and we have a lot of smarter people here tonight too to answer any of the remaining questions on this. Happy to leave this slide up if it helps, or take it down so we can see faces, because you also may have other questions, and certainly we want to be responsive to those as well.
Councilmember Zorns.
Okay. Looks good. I just have one question, because I think I was feeling a whole vibration level of excitement happening up here on the dais, talking about all the things coming with parks. So I have a question. The Parks Capital Project Manager, would they be able to pursue the public-private partnerships because, You talk about playground equipment and, things could go even bigger if we could get a public-private partnership coming.
That's an excellent question. We actually have our Blaine Land working on that issue, sponsorships, long-term partnerships. She's working with Robbie in our legal department, and they're coming up with some guardrails for that program, but we'll be presenting that probably sometime next year to give you a preview of what that is.
Next year as in 2023?
In 2023, probably the first quarter-ish.
Oh, very exciting. Well, tell Blaine, don't combine her first and last name. Tell Blaine we're her fans, so she's a force to be reckoned with. So that's good to hear and something to look forward to.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you. This might be a weird question. I'm just going to preface with that. When we hire limited term, does that reduce the candidate pool at all, since it's sort of, you're coming into it knowing it's potentially a limited engagement, or is that a concern at all with any of these positions?
I'm going to turn to Matt Pruitt and to answer in terms of what he's seen, but what I'll say as he thinks about his answer is that I've had that concern in the past as a hiring manager. And there is a reality of there are some people that certainly are looking for a job where they can see stability. And then we are also, because we are all very different people, there are some folks that are looking for startup or smaller commitment positions that historically haven't necessarily looked at public sector work, but they see those limited term positions and they're like, I've been a contractor or different things in their career, and they're actually excited about it. So the inexact answer is it depends. I've been blown away sometimes by the caliber of people, and sometimes it's a good way to get people to try public service and find out that they fall in love with it. But we don't know. We don't know until we post. But I'll turn it over to Matt to give you a better scientific answer of what we've seen in HR. We'll see if he has one.
I agree with most of what Kyle, not most, all of what Kyle said. I think it depends on the position. I think it depends on the time, too. These two positions, I would view that there would be less a problem because they're a limited term. I think these are desirable positions, and you're likely going to see a lot of people in the job market looking for positions like these. There are other positions where limited term does affect the candidate pool and makes it smaller, but that's not always the case. And with these positions, like I said, I don't think that will be the case.
That makes sense. I realize not everybody hates writing a resume as much as I do, so fair enough. And then with the parks expansion, sounds super exciting. Definitely felt the same thing as Councilmember Zorns. When people volunteer to staff summer nights, like from the Parks Board and stuff, please throw that our way too. Like, that sounds really fun. Thank you.
Councilmember Aldrichs.
I want to ask clarification because I don't know. I think maybe you mentioned that there was a typo on the slide about the positions, hiring positions. It said that Human Services and DEI were proposed as full-time. And that is accurate?
Well, so that is the issue, is that it's the limited term aspect of it. So
Okay.
if I was editing in real time, I would change this to proposed additional positions. So these are all positions, but the two that we were highlighting of the Parks Capital Project Manager at this point would be introduced into our budget in limited term, as with the Human Services Coordinator position. There'd be the opportunity as soon as the mid-buy of next year to change that. But what we would be doing is hiring those as 2-year limited term positions, because they are part of that. The logic of that is because they are being funded by a one-time funding of ARPA money. As we learn more, and as Nick explained, the intent of the Parks Capital Project Manager is to get this back up and running, and then look at we'd have then the system in place in terms of funding from the capital project, and we could convert that to an FTE at the mid-buy of next year.
Okay, stay on the slide. Don't go yet.
I won't.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for reviewing this. And I liked your point specifically about it just makes more sense for the DEI coordinator to be full-time because the scope of work is large enough to make room. I think, and that's actually very reassuring to me, is that, you talk about we have to be very intentional when we're hiring. I've had the experience of being in a job where like it was not very defined and there wasn't much to do and I just had to kind of figure it out. And so I very much appreciate that you see a scope of work that that would work for a full-time and an ongoing position, that you are showing that obviously you've listened to us, that we value DEI coordinators, the DEI role, and knowing that that is somebody who could stick with us for several years and continue working on DEI initiatives in the city. So great, thank you, love it. Human Services Coordinator and the Capital Project Manager totally makes sense why it would be a limited term position. And that sounds really good. I was having flashbacks to being my mom's payroll assistant at like 9:30 at night at the end of the month. And so thank you for being kind to your payroll staff. Their children will appreciate it. Yeah, so I really, and then I don't want to overlook the parks, the permit service coordinator. Now, it sounded like you said, I got a little confused, where you were talking about the service coordinator and the additional city planner. Do you want to clarify that just?
Yeah, and Ashley, if I get it way wrong, run up here and push me aside. But yeah, I had so just for the sake of transparency, I printed things out. So I was looking at the wrong sheet. But yeah, the position that's in the budget, roughly speaking, that's looking at a salary of around $100,000 a year. The planner position was the more expensive one, and I just, in my introduction, I reversed those. So
right.
The permit services coordinator position is one that is currently included in the budget, is to propose to be funded, and it would be at about $100,000 a year in salary.
And just to clarify, the role of this coordinator is actually to bring in funds that make it permit services? No, not payments of
So I did throw a lot at you. One of the things that we're going to do in terms of is having a study of looking at how the payments that come in, how do that get distributed. Ashley, would you mind coming up to the podium works too and talking a little bit about what the permanent services position does?
So part of the reorg in 2022 involved taking one of the permit services coordinators. So these are our folks that all of our permits come in through. They route things. They're kind of the heart of our permit review. Everything moves through and out of them. So one of those positions was reclassed to a half-time assistant planner, half-time permit coordinator, but it's more like 75% of each. And so our permit numbers and needs haven't gone down. So we've gotten some added capacity in planning and some reduced capacity in permits. And so what we'd like to do is bring in that full-time permit services coordinator so that permit services is fully staffed as they have been in the past. And then we have that added capacity in our current planning group. So there's a group of 4 planners that don't get in front of council very often, but that's where that capacity was added. So a lot of our land use review and permits, there's capacity added from the assistant planner that was reclassed, but then lost capacity for permits. And if we can't keep our permits moving, then things slow down and people aren't happy.
I have heard from some of those not happy people who are waiting on permits. So I do appreciate that we're going to increase that capacity and be able to process those faster. So, and thank you for jumping in and answering that. And yes, parks is always exciting, always exciting. And I think that, Nick, you did a great job kind of describing the different parts of the Parks Department, different goals and priorities, and why those are important. So excited to see dust off the mothballs, bring it back, breathe life into it. And whoever this project manager will be has an exciting job ahead of them. So thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. I had couple questions on the additional FTEs. So the Human Services Coordinator, that is a new position, correct?
Correct.
And then that position is limited term, I think you alluded to, because it's coming from the ARPA funds. Is that correct?
Yes, I would be reluctant to add an FTE, an ongoing position funded out of one-time funding.
Okay, and I think is it around 200,000? Or what was the amount for that one?
Let me turn to that real quick. Next one. Yeah, the value, the all-in value of that is about $135,000 a year.
Okay, and then so that would be limited term for 2 years, correct? So it'd be two.
For up to 2 years, and again, that would be the assumption going in with the study. Becky, I don't know if you want to speak to any of the timing of what the needs assessment would be, but I think as part of that, once we had the needs assessment results at whatever time that would be, we'd come back to council to say, here's what we saw and here's some options of how to programatize to take our human services funding that's currently out of one-time funding and how might we meet the needs of the community with ongoing revenues, and that could include staffing.
Okay, and then so that position has never been filled in the city of Bothell, or this is?
I can speak to that. There are people that have been here longer than I, but no, as far as I know, the human services staff function has never been filled. That work has just been done by a couple of different folks, like Catherine Jansen would pitch in a little bit of time, the previous assistant city managers, and just maybe an intern or management analyst that happened to be working here at the time. I'll take a little bit of that human services work on.
Gotcha. I think council members are part of the committee that help with that as well?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And if we don't fill this position now, will we still be able to do human services and put funds in the hands of the people who need it?
We have prioritized the Human Services Grant Program, and we will absolutely keep doing that. And our hope is to get that community needs assessment done in the first year of the biennium and to give us a little bit more information. But we will be limited in the human services work that we can really accomplish without additional staff.
I think that, too, there's always the trade-off question, as I think we're getting at. And so Becky mentioned of how we've relied on other positions to do it. So I mentioned about how her clarified role going forward is we're filling a vacancy at the deputy level. Becky's role would then be overseeing those programs. I think we'd be relying more on the assistant city manager. We'd be relying more on Catherine. We'd be relying more on others. We'd have to pull in to do so. It would, as we look at our work plan going forward, we'd have to defer other opportunities. Probably my biggest concern on that is there'd probably be the impact then of how quickly we bring up the DEI position, what the recruitment timeline is on that. And then also I do know there's a number of interests in terms of our communications and engagement in the community. And just frankly, I think some of what we've seen of where there's a lot of great ideas of how we do things, but we've been missing Becky's voice in that conversation. I think we'd continue to miss Becky's voice. There's probably other impacts, but those are some of the things that we would see.
Gotcha. And what is the current budget for human services that this human service coordinator would be working with? Like how much are we spending per year?
We attempted to consolidate all of our human services investments into the question tracker. It's a little bit difficult to do because human services are embedded throughout the organization. There's over $4 million that's invested in human services, but this position would be directly responsible in helping with the Human Services Grant Program, which is more than $700,000 each biennium. And then there's a few other things. So one thing I did want to mention is that the community needs assessment has been on the work plan or a task that council has asked us to do for I think the last 2 or 3 budget cycles, and we've really been unable to get that done. And I think it's been a result of the lack of staffing.
So that's part of then of having the limited term position is to really dedicate, we're going to have the resources to make sure that that gets accomplished. And again, that'll inform if there's other decisions that we need to make. But wanting to do that before we commit a new position.
Yeah, and I think what I'm hearing though is the resources for this position are coming from the ARPA funds, or not. These are funds that we have made available to us through that
Correct.
fund. Okay. The payroll specialists and DEI, I think I understand those. The permit services coordinator, that's a position that's in the permitting department, I think is what I'm understanding. And then that position is coordinating permits being issued. And would that be a full, if I'm understanding how that works, that would be a full cost recovery. So it's not like we're adding an FTE and not recouping those costs, correct?
There'd be some level of full cost recovery, but we do have a fee study in the budget that would help us understand what the cost recovery is. But right now, I don't think we could determine whether it's a full cost recovery or just some level of cost recovery through permit fees.
Okay, so when you talk about the cost of that position, you're talking about full cost of that position, but in reality, we could be recouping some of those costs, which would make that amount smaller. Am I understanding that correctly?
That would help defer of where those costs are coming from, and that is where this fee study is one of the big priorities of, as we look overall at our community development team and what are the needs. Let's make sure that we're understanding how are things situation right now. So yeah, that's where that one is kind of a baseline priority for the budget.
Great. Yeah, I'd be curious to see how we're recovering the costs for doing the permitting piece, right? A lot of times we talk about adding FTEs to speed the process up, but the overall process is sped up by the actual review of the people who are reviewing the plans, not expediting the coordination of the plans. So hopefully we can see that in its totality, because it may be that we need an FTE in a position to get the permit review done faster, not to actually get it issued after it's been reviewed. So I'd be curious to hear more about that. Super excited about the Parks Capital Project Manager. So this is a position that we had let go in the past, correct?
It's similar, but a little bit different. We hope that this position actually will, really focus on design, some of that initial public outreach, but some design, and then take things to construction. So before we were focusing more long-range planning. So we have a number of projects that are already sort of in the pipeline, and we'd like to take those to final construction.
Okay, and would this position be responsible for getting grants?
This position would also be responsible for looking at what our grant opportunities are.
Okay, so if memory serves, we did have somebody who was doing that in the past, and they were very successful in receiving or getting grants for the city. This position will be doing the same thing?
They'll be doing, similar to that position. It was a grants manager position. They were focused on not only parks, but other, departments in the city as well. Grant funding is challenging at times. I mean, there's a limited amount of grant funding that's out there that's available for parks. Some of our bigger issues are just maintaining what we have. A lot of the grants are for acquisition, things like that, and they're all highly competitive. They're also, they require a match. So these are all things that we will take into account. We'll be looking for opportunities. We'll be looking for any grant opportunities that we have to move some of these projects forward. But yeah, the position definitely will focus on some grants.
Okay, and then as far as being that this position is actually in the budget currently?
Correct. All of the positions that are listed on the slide are reflected in the budget. The only one we've discussed tonight that isn't included in the budget is there was an inquiry around if we added an additional planning position. So that's where we have not, that is not in the budget. It would be something that the council would need to add in addition.
Okay, and then last question would be if we did not fund 1, 2, or any of these positions, would we still be able to produce the same level of service?
No, we wouldn't be able to produce the same level of service. There would be service. in terms of, probably the one that would be close is the one in community development. Although, again, part of the argument there is the complexity of the permitting process that's going on. So that would potentially see a diminish, but we wouldn't be taking away. I want to make sure that I'm clear on your question. Would we be able to provide the same service levels of what we have today in 2022? Again, similar, maybe on the decline. So these investments are ones where the idea there is we need to raise the level of service. So
these are an increased level of service.
These would increase levels of service in some key areas, again, of human services, DEI, and those are two of the primary ones.
Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Somebody hit the button.
All right, I'll
Deputy
go.
Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the presentation. The two positions that I really care about was the Parks Capital Projects Manager, which sounds like we have a path to fund it even beyond the next 2 years, which is good. The Human Services Coordinator, though, we have a path to fund it for the next 2 years. And I suspect with 90% likelihood to put unscientific probabilities on things, that the level of need is going to increase. And sounds like in the past, this work has been distributed, right? Like the need has existed for a long time, and the need will continue to exist even if you maintain the current level. You don't want to stretch the existing folks too thin, because then nobody's going to win. And I really would love, I know we say human services is top. I'm glad that we're moving DEI to be a FTE, because that's a very important thing for our city. But if there's a way we can look beyond have a path to fund beyond the next 2 years of this human services. Because the needs assessment is going to come back and tell us whether we need more human services coordinators, not less, my suspicion. It will be great if we can get a path towards funding beyond the next 2 years. I don't know if there's one that's been identified. Sounds like there's one that's been identified for the Parks one. But this is going to be a cause. Parks, the capital projects, they will have grant funding, so you can justify their existence. But this human services one, it's not a tangible. You're not going to see revenue coming in, but you're going to see number of people served.
Yeah, and so what I'd be looking for tonight to wrap this up, to be able to bring forward a scenario for council, would be there's really three options. One is to maintain what's been proposed, so the limited term. The second one would be, one of the things you could ask is to say fund it as an FTE out of the general fund, and just know that it's going to draw down the end fund balance. So we're going to, again, move the needle on the 90-day reserves some. The other option that off the top of my head that I can come up with is the council could direct, move it into the general fund, make it an FTE, and then when you bring back the budget for adoption on December 6th, we don't want to increase the cost of the budget, find a way to make cuts in other areas, explain what those cuts would be on December 6th, and then you'd have the opportunity of adopting the budget as presented, or saying, never mind, we're going to restore back. So we could, I hope that's clear enough. But I think those are the three paths: is keep it as it is, keep it and draw from reserves. The third option would be is to come back with a funding recommendation of same levels, and where would you take from other areas of the general fund.
Makes sense.
So yeah, so if in council, whatever direction that we're given tonight.
But the question I wanna add also, we have identified, we agree human services is very important. Yet to me, from the budget, from the list, seems like we're putting other things as like for example, not to pick on you, sorry, but the permits coordinator. To the question that Councilmember McNeil brought up, like, is this right investment in that position? Could a halftime position fulfill our need? In the next year, for example. But those are the options that would be good to get brought to us to show, because like the opening statement of your budget, says the budget is a policy document. Is our policy to not show that we care enough about human services that we can't long-term fund it?
Yeah, and again, I hope that the response of the question of the total investment shows where the priority is of the estimated $4 million that Becky speaks to. Is, again, that is the investment, and I would again say that the logic behind the proposal is not to indicate that there's not an ongoing need. The logic of it is to say there's a whole lot that we need to solve in terms of how are we going to make this an ongoing thing that the city supports, including the grant funding, like all of those elements. Let's figure out what's the right level and how are we going to fund them going forward. So again, the proposal was to tie the funding in the position to help us get to that solution to the same. But again, that doesn't mean it's the only way. So I don't want to sound like it's the debate of whether or not. I do want to just put the counter proposal though of I certainly would not want the headline to read city does not find human services a priority. I think there's evidence in this budget that shows otherwise. And if the statement is more impactful by saying, and we've funded an ongoing human services coordinator, knowing that there's a slim chance that we would ever find that there's less need in 2 years. Like, I certainly understand that. I look at it as an opportunity of we have ARPA funding to help us through some difficult times. That's how I would say it, but it doesn't mean that it's a hill to die on.
Yeah, because in the long term, the flip side of that discussion is times are, if God forbid we get hit with another pandemic and we have to make the tough calls, what are the first, who's going to be impacted first, right? So that's the flip side of that conversation. Thank you.
Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you. Question about the Human Services Coordinator. Will they also be looking at the affordable housing needs and doing that assessment, or is that separate and apart from the human services work?
Currently, we are supported for our affordable housing needs through the funding that we provide to Arch. So Arch is actually who's doing that work for us.
Okay. In terms of hiring a full-time employee there versus using a contracting agency, did we look at the cost between the two and determine that the limited term ARPA full-time position is a better option than starting with a consultant to do that assessment? I mean, is there a quality difference? Is there a cost difference? I'm just curious if we considered the consultant side of things and what that would look like.
Well, so the study itself, I believe, would be done through professional services. And so this position's relationship to that would be of having somebody who's doing the interface with the consultant, because they'll certainly need information from the city. So that's the capacity there that we gain, is of who's coordinating with the consultant so that they're focused on that and as they're learning and administering the grant program, like the assistant city manager said. So that's the assumption there. So it would be both.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we have, if they're not doing the study themselves, that there's enough work for them to do while that studying is happening and that they're interfacing with that person.
Yeah, good clarification, yes. But this is certainly not the position that would be doing that. We would hire that out.
Okay, great. In terms of the DEI full-time position, is our consultant, is she nearing the end of her work and prepared to hand over that body of work? Does she have like a work plan or a kind of action items for that person to step in and start carrying forward?
Yes, we actually just had an update meeting with Shannon, and she is nearing the end of completing the racial equity plan for us. And I think in that plan, she will be prioritizing a list of items that she thinks that the city should embark on first, and then also multiple items that the city and departments should be doing over the next 2 years. And then there's also a component of the racial equity plan that talks about 3 to 5 year tasks that should be done. She is consulting with our police department right now, so she is still working actively with staff. But there is a lot of work that could be done by the DEI coordinator. There's kind of this internal policy work, racial equity tool and lens work that should be done. But then there's also just a diverse community engagement component of work that we're not doing very well right now that person could focus on.
Great. I don't think I have any other questions. I'm excited to see the Parks Capital Projects Manager position. There's a lot of great stuff in the CFP, and I'm excited to see, everything that was also displayed on the slides, some great work about to come out of the Parks Department. So excited about that. And then no concerns about the payroll coordinator or the permit coordinator. My only question about the permit coordinator is, what does an additional half-time permit coordinator give us in terms of speed on permit issuance? Are we talking, a week sooner? Are we talking a day sooner? What does that look like?
So I think it would really help us in terms of with our staffing right now, having that person split between two positions. It's slowed down. I can't give you an exact amount of time of like how much it would speed it up, but I do know that it has slowed things down and created some delays because they are down essentially half a person with that change. I can talk to the permit supervisor and see if she could provide a rough estimate of how it's changed the service they're able to provide customers.
Okay. I really don't have that many concerns about that. I know there's a fee study that's about to commence, and that could help with some cost recovery. I know that this would not be brought forward if it was not needed. I know that the diversion away from full-time to help the other side of the department is much needed as well, given all that's going on in our city. So I have no concerns about that. Thank you.
Councilmember Mankey, I think underlying in that that question too is, I think as we look at things like the fee study and as we have full staffing of leadership, much like the comment about as we look at the docket, it can be something that we look at more than once a year with council. We'll certainly be looking at some performance metrics in terms of what has been the difference made. And so as there are further staffing conversations, should that position be funded, if we're not seeing a result there, and as Councilmember Weedale alluded to, maybe we need to move the capacity to do a different step in the process. But those are all things that there's a commitment to keeping an eye on, and we'll share those with council.
I'm clearly not doing a good enough job of keeping track because I'm like, wait, was that everybody or not? I'm really excited about a couple things here. Number one, that we're in a financial position to invest in our parks. After years of decisions have gotten us into a financial situation where we just couldn't for a long time. And we haven't invested in our community and something that's really important to our community in every single survey we do. I think it was one of the top priorities out of our budget survey, and we can finally do it. I also appreciate staff's answers to questions so far. Just in a general sense, it's really apparent that you've been really thoughtful about the additional positions that you've recommended and that they really reflect what council's priorities are. We're only adding back about a third or so of the positions that we cut in 2020. I feel that we're being very targeted with investments and doing so in a very fiscally responsible way. Parks are one of the only public spaces where people can go enjoy themselves without having to spend money to do so. And we've got a lot of work that's outstanding that isn't asset replacement too. We've got a big park that's right down the street that hasn't had much done to it for a while. And we acquired another piece of property, the Wayne property, that nothing's really happened to that, and we don't have the staff to plan for it. So I love seeing those on the CFP, and I love seeing this position being added so that work can actually happen and actually get done. Human services is a super important part of public safety that we haven't ever had a dedicated staff member for. There's a lot of things that people need to stay safe from that we don't provide anything for right now, and I'm super excited that we get to do that. And a DEI staff member is a way we can live out our values, and a way we can make sure that the entire organization is aligned with who we want to be. You know, of every thing that I've heard from public feedback, I have to say that one of the things I don't hear very often is that our permitting is too fast and too easy. And could you just wait a little longer on it? So like I see the need there. And as far as the additional planner goes, that was me. It's been stomping and yelling for that. I hear you, I trust you, and I'm really looking forward to docketing with the team. I think we committed some time tonight to that process, but I'm really looking forward to figuring out what our work plan looks like next year and going through that process, because I'm super excited about community development as a department and the direction we're going there. So not a lot of questions, just a short speech, and thank you.
Thank you. I want to, before we close the public hearing, I do want to just I think there's two things I want to make sure that I walk away with clear direction for as we prepare for the final steps. One is, again, communication's an interesting thing because I can read things two different ways. But I'm going to take the lack of any voicing of moving the where the funding lives for the lobbyist positions into the non-departmental as go ahead and do it. Is there anyone, like, thumbs wise of like, should we move it? All right, I'm seeing more of that. Anyone strongly opposed to it? I want to vote by consensus here. All right, and then I think there's a 6 of 1, half a dozen.
I fully don't care.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
We're paying for it. Either way, we're good.
In terms of the human services coordinator position, I laid out that there was basically like 3 scenarios of what to bring forward. I would love to know if council would like to see some options of if we move it into, I know where the deputy mayor stands. I want to hear from council in terms of, would you like to see a scenario that does something other than ARPA funded limited term? And you don't have to tell me what it is. I'll discern that if that helps, but I'd love to know if that's a scenario you want us to bring 2 options back next meeting.
Councilmember Aldrich?
I've been giving this some thought to, this evening, and I actually would like it to go to the Human Services Committee for a conversation before there is direction one way or the other on that. And my reasoning for that, so I guess what I'm saying is the proposal as is fine for upcoming budget conversations. But if we're going to talk about other ways to fund human services, I would love the Human Services Committee to have time to talk through that, think through that, have some proposals and ideas that could be shared, pitched, prepared for before it comes to a budget vote. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
I appreciate Plan A. Can I call it Plan A? What you presented here?
I think I follow.
Yeah, because that makes logistical sense, and we need logistics in putting this budget together. If the rest of council wants to hear other options, great, because if those positions do become permanent, we need to start thinking about what that would look like down the road. But as far as supporting the funding for it immediately, what you've proposed is what I would support you on.
Councilmember Mankey?
Thank you. I concur with Councilmember Zorns. I think what's been presented is a good way to start out. I do support the Human Services Committee discussing other options and coming back to council with a recommendation. The budget is amendable during the year, so we could always choose to do that at a later date if there's a better option or a different option we think is better.
Councilmember McNeil?
Thank you, Mayor. I would concur the same. Councilmember Mankey.
Councilmember Dodd?
Very formally ditto on the last 3 comments.
Deputy Mayor?
I could have saved you all a lot of breaths. I was about to go, and he said, I know what the deputy wants, so everybody else went before me. I was going to make it easy because we talk about this. This is a great start. It's a change from the past, and we talked about this. We didn't have much time to do a lot of this work. So in the next upcoming budgets, we can have a lot more conversations about this particular topic and others, obviously. So.
Well, so I hope my statement's still true, that I do know in your heart that what you're looking for. And I think I like the idea of the path of let's leverage the Human Services Committee, not just wait for this study, but we can do some work to look at what are the options going forward too. That works.
We have to spend ARPA money on something. And realistically, when we determine if it's limited term is 2 years from now. Not now. So I'm totally content doing it the way everybody seems to agree on. The fact that we're paying for it means we want to do it, and the intent's there, and hopefully the money will be there in 2 years to continue these at the next time we get to go through this lovely process.
All right. Well, I think we've gotten what I was hoping to get out of tonight. If there were any other questions, we'll certainly open them, or otherwise I'll channel our city attorney and just say that we could also close the public hearing.
Fantastic. Councilmember Aldrich?
I have an additional question, not related to the topics that you've broached with us tonight, but about the studies. Is that appropriate? Timing is appropriate, Mayor?
Sure.
Okay. I did notice that one of the studies that was listed was $120,000 for EV infrastructure. I don't know if that proposal matches what I was hoping for. And so I'm just going to ask to clarify, is this just EV infrastructure? And what would the difference be if it was to be a complete climate impact study? Because I thought we were going to be getting a climate impact study in the studies list. And like a mitigation plan, and that there could be like an EV component to that. Like I thought the EV was going to be part of the study, not the whole study. So can we get some clarification?
I will turn to Public Works Director Aaron Leinhart to clarify.
Thank you, City Manager. So the study specific to EV is both to explore what it would take for our vehicles, to look at all of our vehicles and equipment, as well as the infrastructure necessary to support a transition to alternative fuels. It's my understanding there is also a study in community development. They have a grant for some climate action work as part of the comprehensive plan. So I think there are multiple efforts associated with climate. One of the reasons that we have requested it for facilities specific to both EV and alternative fuels is there is an expectation from the state that we look to convert our vehicles to something other than gas and diesel.
And Councilmember Aldrich, there was a nod of confirmation from Ashley Winchell about the grant and the component of the comp plan that would look at the overall impact.
Okay. Is that listed in the studies list that you sent us tonight? Because if not, could we add it?
It's not in the studies list, but it's under the grants list. So there's an $80,000 Department of Commerce grant, and we could share the application we submitted to the Department of Commerce for council's review. And then we're currently working on scoping out that project with our consultant for the comprehensive plan.
So we can add that information to the Q&A tracker though too, so that it is captured everywhere. So again, if the public's looking at what's all in there, it gives a good summary list to look at.
Yeah, that would be really helpful, because those two efforts across departments are very complementary, and they get at the comprehensive look I think that council has communicated we want to see. And so I'm glad to hear that there's a way to just visually represent that so we can see them, how they work together. And I get why they're not in the studies if it's a grant, but also tracker, great idea. Thank you.
All right, I will entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Councilmember Dodd?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Councilmember Dodd and a second from Councilmember Mankey. Any comments? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorn,
Yes.
Mayor Thompson,
Yes.
Councilmember Aldrich,
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil,
Yes.
Councilmember Menke,
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, next up, we have Agenda Bill 22164, the 2023 Fee Schedule Resolution. City Manager?
Well, thank you. And so we've now emerged out of the public hearing zone and we are into a ordinance and resolutions discussion. So rejoining us is Ted Rainen, who will be coordinating discussion of the fee schedule. I will say that there are a number of other voices to help answer questions, and Ted will be helping to direct that traffic. With that, I'll turn it over to Ted.
Thanks. Good evening again. This is the time where you get to update the schedule of user fees for the upcoming year. Just as a reminder, we typically update the fee schedule on an annual basis, and the main objective is to achieve cost recovery where that's feasible. The proposed 2023 fee schedule increases fees by June 22 CPIW, which was 9.5%, with three main exceptions: the fees that are limited by some other statute, fees that have market considerations, and the example I always use there is parks and recreation, in terms of shelter rentals, recreation courses, things like that, where we're competing against our neighboring cities. And then the other exception would be fees where the department's conducted a cost analysis and they've determined that a change other than CPI is needed. And you have in your packets two versions of the proposed fee schedule. There's what I call the clean copy that'll go with the resolution once it's adopted. And then we've also provided a markup copy that outlines any new fees, highlights any changes that are other than CPI, just for ease of review. And with that, I'll turn it back over for questions.
Councilmember Menke?
Thank you. I just have one question. I want to address the comments earlier from Ms. Agard regarding the cost for copying and providing files. I think anecdotes speak highly of an experience that someone goes through, and if one person's experience, I'm wondering how many people have perhaps also experienced it with like small requests. I just want to pose the question, do we have the best fee structure for that specific request type? I'm wondering if we should change it to, something over $5, then at that point we charge maybe $2 is the limit. I'm open to thoughts and about that, but it's something at as small as 30 cents. I'm wondering, is it really worth the effort for us to collect it? Is it really worth the effort for the community member, whoever's making the request, to pay that? Do we have an online portal where somebody can quickly pay it and get access? Just a couple of those questions that I have coming out of that anecdote.
That section to the schedule was added a few years ago. I think it was a joint effort between the legal department and the city clerk's office, so I would want them to weigh in.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I will say that we are allowed to charge a minimum, and that is what we charge. In lieu of what the actual costs are likely be, they would likely be higher. There's a lot of staff time that goes into compiling records, searching for records, et cetera. And so we, while it's very minimal, we're trying to recoup the very minimal that we can. That's what we're trying to do. I would say also that, we'd like to do a cost analysis of what our actual costs are for public records. We have not done that as of yet, but they would likely be higher. If we didn't want to charge anything, that'd be a council decision. I don't know if Paul wants to elaborate at all on that, or.
No, thanks.
I appreciate all the work that your department does. It's a lot of work. You get a lot of requests. Some of them are very complex. Some of them are thankfully on the easier side. But I want to make sure if we are charging, we're charging something that makes sense. I don't want to overcharge, but I also want to undercharge. I don't want to make it inconvenient and a hassle and, deter people from getting things they care about. So I don't know what the right answer is, but I don't know if we landed on the right policy in that fee schedule. So
There are times that the very minimal that we do charge acts as a deterrent, and then people, maybe won't file a public records request. We do try very hard to put records out on the website so that people can access them. We have the Laserfish portal so that people can access, types of records. But we do have a public records specialist in each department. And so the ones that were referred to tonight were probably through CD. And they deal with a lot of records. So, yeah, we are just trying to recoup some of the minimal costs. But we can certainly look at that.
do we have a function where they can pay online? Is there a credit card? Okay, there is. And then does that give immediate access to the records if they pay that, or is there a delay while somebody reviews
It depends what they ask for. I mean, it depends on what they're asking for. Obviously, we're going to have to do some research and gather the records that they are asking for. So, if there's something that we can easily give somebody, we're not going to make them file a public records request if it's like, I want a copy of this ordinance, which is, on the website. But if it's something they're asking for that we do have to compile, then but they can pay through the portal electronically.
And is
For
payment
some people that's easier than others,
is payment up front, or does it come after the files are prepared and ready to be delivered?
Well, it depends. It depends on, we can ask for a deposit it depends on the scope of the request. So if it's a very large request and we think it's going to take a lot of time, we can ask for a deposit, and we can give the records out in installments, and we can take payments in installments too. But typically, we have 5 business days to provide an answer, either the records themselves or what our best guess of when we're going to give those records. And typically, we do give them within 5 days. Most of the time, maybe same day or within 1 or 2.
Okay. I've used the service before prior to being on council, and I got a pretty good response, good request for clarification. I guess my only thing that I would leave this with is perhaps consider and talk about the different scenarios and see if there's anything different that we can do. Again, I'm guessing it doesn't happen very often, but it's probably happening to more than one person if it's happening to Miss Agard. And if there's anything that we can do to change a process or figure out how to prevent that from happening more often than less, that would be my only request.
Thank you. We'll look into that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Zorns?
Fingers poised here. This is not the first, on this same topic, this is not the first time I've heard concerns about this. And I know that for some people, giving a credit card number, they just really don't like to do that. They'll pay a check or cash for it. Not that I have personal experience with it, but the library with late fees, they don't make you pay them till you hit the $3 mark. $3 mark, I knew someone would know. So could we, so that we don't have these silly under $1 fee, could we have some set meter in when you hit the $3 mark, you have to pay $3 before you get the next batch of whatever it is that you're requesting?
So if I could answer that. So a couple concerns is that, first of all, that might be unduly burdensome on staff for the small amounts to then keep track of them. But the other thing that concerns me is from a DEI perspective of having staff use their discretion in a manner that might not be universally applicable. And so if we allow some people to kind of have a running balance, but not others, I understand that you're saying keeping it at a certain level that would be uniform for everyone. But if they never pay, because they don't do requests that often. We're then treating similarly situated people differently, and that's a concern that I have.
I wonder if the library has that concern. Because they don't allow you to check out books until you pay that $3 fee, and
In the
so.
Public Records Act, it's a very strong mandate towards release of records. And so withholding records from one request because of an unpaid balance of a minimal nature on another request is frankly something I haven't really considered, because the policy that we developed was to try to have a cast the best blanket to cover everything. And there are going to be certain situations, as the one described by Ms. Agard, that maybe don't fit perfectly in this, but it's still a uniform process that the city employs to recover those fees and those costs.
Yeah, it's just, you talk about DEI, it is kind of burdensome for someone who has a 30-cent bill to come down and.
If that's how they choose to pay, then that might be a burden on them, yes.
Right. I mean, their constraints are check or cash, and so they have to work within the system of.
I think bottom line on this is that it's important to note, as Lauren mentioned, that the current fee schedule reflects what the minimums allowed by state law are. So that's what we're currently doing. There's certainly can be an interest in terms of, do we want to go to a real cost model and that do some work to bring that back and to within that look at exactly what Paul's saying. I think we'd have to run this through a lens of thinking about what are the equity issues, and we could come up with some options on that. So if that's, and I'm hearing that from two, I think there's some interest in that. I think that's something that's interest for us too. I don't know that it would be, it'll be the top priority, but it's certainly something that staff can circle back on and look at our public records fee schedule. In the scheme of the overall fees, I think this one's something we can certainly do some work on.
Okay, well, two things. You're right. Public records and library books are kind of apples and oranges. And then the other piece is something for our software. Because I wouldn't expect staff to keep track of it, but it would be nice if within the system it was built in, would let you know that where an outstanding bill was on that. So, anyway, thank you for answering my questions.
Councilmember Aldrich, did you? No? Okay.
I'm going to save it for a one-on-one.
Okay. I appreciate that. Councilmember Dodd?
Thank you. Real quick, I don't think we're going to find the magic solution to fix the public records thing, but it gives me to think that we might be processing like credit card payments for like 50 cents. Like we're taking a loss at that point, depending on what we're being charged to process the card payment. So I don't know if we go to the video game model of saying, okay, you can reload your account, but you can only spend $10 at a time, or something like that. But I don't want us to lose money trying to recover the money. That's not great either. So I would love to see this revisited, but it's not going to stop me at this point from approving the changes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Thank you, Mayor. So the charge method, the reason we put that into effect was what? What was the purpose of it? Charging for it?
Again, that was an effort between legal and the city clerk's office, so I would defer to them.
Prior iterations of the Public Records Act did not allow for certain amounts of cost recovery for searching for documents, but it did allow cost recovery for the photocopying and compilation of them. And because of the number of requests that we were getting, the city made the decision to recover which costs they can. In other jurisdictions, other states, they're allowed to charge the requester for the time that staff takes to search for the records. Washington has determined that to be prohibitive for some requesters who may be asking for legitimate requests that would require extensive research. So just as a cost-effective model, the city is recouping those costs that are legally allowed in order to offset the staff time used to search for them.
So we're basically following state law?
Correct.
Okay. And maybe not for today, but maybe there is a way to look at different opportunities for software or something like that. So My opinion would be to remove any barriers that hinder people from requesting it, because if they want to request something to find out something about a sensitive area, whatever it might be that they're trying to find out about, we don't want to have a barrier up that they say, oh, I got to go pay or drive down there and do something, so I'm not going to do it. We want our community to be able to get the records that they need to get or want to get without a barrier. So that's my part about that. I had a question on, we just paid a lot of money for sports fields, replacement of a couple sports fields. And this may sound crazy coming from me, but are we charging enough money that we're able to, when it comes up time to replace our fields in the future, how are we looking at the fees that we're charging today in relation to what we're going to have to pay in the future? I guess we need to put more money into mics. Yeah. That's an asset.
So that's a great question. We do not go after full cost recovery. And the way I say that is because most of the users on our fields are our youth, and we tend to subsidize those activities, which is really looking at the market. That's what everyone around us does. You tend to have these facilities for people to use, and it's not a straight, sort of collect the fee and then it goes into some sort of fund that saves money to replace that field. So the way that it works is we collect those fees, and those fees go back into the general fund. So theoretically, over time, you would be putting in, roughly, the 4 fields that we have right now down at North Creek, for example. On any given year, they're between $180,000 to $250,000 in revenue that they create. So if you think about that on a field that costs $1 million, you can do the math and you can eventually pay for it. But again, those are general fund dollars. So they go back into the general fund, and then 10 years later, the field comes due. So does that answer your question?
It does, and it makes me think about the fact that we spend the general fund on things, but that's the one piece that we're not thinking about long term, that we have to replace them, and that's, I think, how we got into the position we were, where we had to use the one-time funds from the sale of a property, which was a bonus. So I think for me, I support, obviously, the keeping the pricing down for the youth sports and just members of our community to be able to use the fields. The asset is an amazing opportunity for our community. There's communities around us that don't even have the same asset opportunities that we do here. So my thing is just long-term, as we're going through and looking at costs in the fee structures, was that drew a red flag for me, like, well, wait a minute, we just got done paying for it, we're charging a little bit. What can we start to think about today so that 10 years from now, we're in a position where we're replacing fields and then we're not, going back after the community.
So again, it kind of comes back to the asset replacement fund. And that's what we've been talking about. We have not adequately funded the asset replacement fund. So that is the ball fields. That is the playgrounds. That's things like vehicles. That's, weapons for the police department. That's the tools that we use. So that is that fund that, as we haven't adequately funded it over the years, these things, they start to pile up. And that's why in parks, for example, we have 50 projects in the next biennium.
So is there a way to separate the funding that's coming in, the $250,000, and put that in towards asset replacement so that it's a set aside?
I'd look to Ted.
If you wanted to get down to that level of detail, yes, it's possible.
Well, I have to do that in my own household.
Well,
but I want to be fiscally responsible, and I don't want to drag this conversation out. But I think, sitting here for as long as I have, it's a common problem, right? We want to spend all the money on all these different things, but when you bring it all together and you look at the bigger picture, there's always just something you didn't think about. And so now, 6.5 years, fast forward 6.5 years, I'm thinking about these things completely different now. And I'm not going to be here 10 years from now, but somebody else will. And so it's my job today to think about what's going to happen, not 5, 10, 15, into the future. And to me, that's the legacy I want to leave. I want to make sure that I'm thinking about these things so that future generations don't have to worry about them, right? So being fiscally responsible today doesn't mean just for today. It means for tomorrow also. So I just brought this up because I noticed that, and I want to start thinking about it to make sure, not just for fields, but all parts of, City Hall, rentals, whatever we have, whatever assets we have, how do we ensure that we're generating that revenue in the future so that we can replace those assets? And so it's a much bigger conversation, but I did want to raise it to them.
Appreciate the thought, Councilmember McNeil, and I do think as we're moving forward, in shorthand, we've talked about revenue discussions, but I do think that some of that also is in terms of what is the color of money and where are we dedicating things to. And I think there are some complexities that Bothell is growing into. We're a more complex organization, we're a more complex community, and some of the ways that we need to reflect that is into our budgeting. And so I will be looking to our leadership in finance and leadership across the city of let's identify what some of those options are. And I think that's the whole package of conversations that we need to continuously have, and not look at how we've been doing things, but look at what's the right way going forward. And I think that's a great observation that we need to include in that conversation.
And if I could add, just for the folks that might be watching or listening from home, this budget calls for $2 million a year to be transferred from the general fund to the asset replacement fund for things like the ball fields and other non-vehicle projects, playgrounds and facilities and things like that. So.
All right. Going once, going twice. I appreciate the discussion around this. I appreciate the willingness of staff to look into kind of what we're doing with fees and see if there's a better way we can do that to address the concern that we got in public comment today. I don't have any other questions, but I will happily entertain a motion. Councilmember Dodd?
I move to adopt the 2023 fee schedule resolution as presented.
Second.
I've got a motion from Councilmember Dodd and a second from Councilmember Aldrichs. Any discussion on the motion? Deputy Mayor?
I just want to say thank you. I didn't want to spend, I just want to thank you. It's a lot of pages, a lot of fees to keep track of. And I agree, we need to start looking at things differently moving forward, especially when there are ways to, replenish other funds with revenue. Maybe we can match the account so that they will replenish each other over time, just like the fields and all that kind of stuff. But I appreciate all the work you've been doing to keep track of all this.
All right. City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Aldrichs?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Mankey?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right. I want to take a quick break. It is 10:15. Let's come back at 10:25. To motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would,
We were done there. We are now.
Oh, now we are. Deputy Mayor, welcome back, everyone. Has something to motion.
thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, we have folks on the line to present to us. I would like to make a motion to move 10A and swap it with 10C, which is the consideration to put the contract for the lobbyist to move it to the end, basically, instead of the King County Regional Homeless Authority.
I'll second it if we need a second.
Yeah, so basically all you want to do is move it after, you don't want to swap it with something, you want to move it after the
Yes.
Homeless
It's
Authority
late.
presentation?
Yes.
Perfect. I have a motion and a second. Everybody in favor, raise your hand. All right, we're all in favor. It's late. All right, so next up, we then have Agenda Bill 22165, consideration of contract with Gordon Thomas Honeywell Government Affairs.
Mayor.
No, that's the one we just skipped.
Yeah, so we'll go to
Because they're not presenting.
166.
Perfect.
Regional Crisis Response Radar Navigator Merger and Expansion. I'm going to steal your stuff.
Just do it.
Yeah.
Clearly, I need the help.
So with that, I am going to turn things over to future Assistant City Manager Becky Range, who does have guests in support, but she will go through this presentation and answer any questions.
Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members, thank you for your time tonight. I know it is late. The good news, though, is this is an item that you've already heard quite a bit about, and you've already provided a lot of input on, so I don't think it'll take that long. I do want to recognize we have Brooke Buettner, our current Radar Navigator Program Manager, who is available for questions. So welcome, Brooke, tonight. Tonight, what we're doing is asking for your final approval of the Regional Crisis Response ILA, the Interlocal Agreement, what most folks really know as the Radar Navigator Expansion Program. We'll just do a real quick highlight of how we got to this final ILA. But then I really want to focus on the changes to the ILA that were made since all 5 city councils reviewed that ILA several months ago, and we incorporated, I think, all of those changes into the final ILA that you'll be asked to approve tonight. Just a quick reminder of why the mental health co-responder program is so important. When someone is having a behavioral health crisis, they could be a threat to themselves and also a threat to others, and it is a public safety issue. So they need someone to call, but they also need someone to respond, and that's what we'll be talking about tonight. And that ties into your efforts to support a crisis clinic in the area when someone needs a place to go. Just a quick reminder, in 2022, 5 cities have been working really closely together to improve and expand the Radar Navigator program. And so in September, you may remember we had a study session where we talked quite a bit about this regional collaborative effort, and we reviewed that ILA then, got some great feedback from all councils, and we are going to talk about those changes tonight. And I do want to let you know that Kirkland, Shoreline, and Lake Forest Park have all already approved this ILA that you'll be seeing tonight. Just a quick recap for anyone who may not be aware of the current Radar Navigator program. It is an amazing program. It's very successful as is. Our North Sound Radar program has been in the works for several years. Bothell, Kirkland, Kenmore, Lake Forest Park, and Shoreline have all worked together on that to provide behavioral health crisis support and de-escalation, connecting community members in need with services and treatment, and really helping our first responders, helping their safety by having a behavioral health expert that can respond and take care of some of those needs. This original Radar Navigator program is super successful, but it is limited. There's just a handful of staff. You can see there, we only really have 3 or 4 folks that provide those services for the entire North King County city area. So as I mentioned, multiple cities have been working together for quite some time to improve and expand this program with the limited resources that we all have. Just to remind you how we got to this final ILA, this new model that all the cities have been working on, it really does stretch and share the resources to serve more people. We've talked a lot tonight about how we have to be wise stewards of taxpayer dollars, and so we have to be creative in how we expend dollars. And putting 5 cities together and putting co-responders into one entity, there's some true cost savings there. And this model gets us closer to a 24/7 coverage. And it's a pretty remarkable collaborative effort that has happened over the last few months. And part of this ILA was we talked a lot about how co-responders could potentially respond without other first responders when it's deemed safe to do so. They could respond in pairs. They could potentially take the lead on a call when able. And part of the ILA process was to address some challenges that we've already seen in mental health counselor hiring. And we've had some success with insurance challenges and also changing the way we do our job description so that we can hopefully be more successful in recruiting these very valuable mental health navigators. So as successful as the current program is, they have proved this with outcomes in multiple different areas, but as successful as that is, we know that we need to expand coverage. So this new ILA and this new regional model will move us closer to the 24/7 coverage that most of you have requested, but also hire many more staff and enable us to cover a much bigger area. Again, it'll be the 1 executive director position, 1 admin, 1 supervisor, and 10 responders. This is really what I want to focus on tonight. So in September, the consultants and Brooke and others met with all of our city councils, and there was just a phenomenal amount of feedback. It was very thoughtful. It was very sensitive to community needs, and we came back and with the amazing work of Karen Reed, who was the consultant for all 5 cities, she was able to get this group back together multiple times to talk about every single bit of input that we received and making sure we could incorporate that into the final ILA. And I think we're all really pleased with the results. I just want to highlight some of the changes. There was a desire to have a new name, and the name of the entity, the new nonprofit entity that will govern the agency, is now Regional Crisis Response. The agreement term for the ILA has been changed to 4 years instead of 6 years. And I think, no surprise, many of the smaller cities are talking about budget challenges. And I think as everyone's grappling with how to balance their budgets, it just seems like people were a little more comfortable with the 4 years versus the 6-year ILA. There was a lot of talk, and some of that conversation happened with you, our city council, of what are the actual goals of this ILA and this agency. So the team spent some time working through that. There was some great conversation about how one of the goals is really for the intent for our police to no longer be the primary responder on behavioral health calls. Hopefully that this agency could help reduce strain on our first responders that have repeat calls to perhaps the same home. And also the goal was to really attract and retain highly qualified staff. We did add the initial staffing and org chart for the agency into the ILA, which you do have that full ILA and the Articles of Incorporation in your packet. There was some more thought put into we should always be allowing public comment at the executive board meeting, and also allowing for and adopting and revising performance metrics and targets for the agency. One of the great things about the ILA, it was written in a way to give us a lot of flexibility moving forward, since this is a really new endeavor that we're doing. There was a lot of discussion about how voting happens on the board with principal cities, and how right now we're making decisions with the best data that we have. And so we're making budget allocations based on per capita and a few other things. But there was a lot of discussion about how perhaps we should be more sophisticated in how we do our data analysis. Perhaps that might change in future budget cycles as we know who will be utilizing the services and what those calls for service actually look like. that the executive board meeting agendas should include reports from the operations board and the community advisory group as needed. There was a lot of discussion about this next item, and it was decided that the number of police chiefs should not exceed the number of other representatives on the operations board. It was really a deliberate conversation that co-responders should be seen and treated as peers to first responders and to dispatch. And there was some careful time and thought and energy put into that. And that's one of the reasons why this change was incorporated into the ILA. Also, the operations board should meet as often as necessary and not less than 6 times per year. That was added. The Operations and Community Advisory Group should keep summary minutes, but also protect sensitive information of the agency as well as community members that are in crisis. And then finally, just the last highlights I'd like to give you on the changes. This was actually a change that I think all city councils asked for. They wanted the principals to meet more often. So we changed the ILA so that you should meet 3 times per year in the first biennium of the agency and at least once a year after that. And 2 legislative bodies of 2 or more principals or cities should be able to vote to convene a principals assembly at any time. So this new entity, it is governed by all 5 cities. So it was important for it to be written into the ILA that equity of power and decision-making, that was very important. And also if the principals wanted to convene more often, that they had the flexibility to do that. We just added some duties to the executive director's position to make sure that they did reporting on metrics and other performance targets, and also requiring an annual report to the executive board and the principals assembly. We also had a lot of discussion about adding principals, adding new agencies, cities, entities to this ILA. There was a lot of discussion that these 5 cities have worked really hard to set this up. And for the first year, we really don't want to entertain that new folks be added to this ILA. We need at least a year to see if it's working well, kind of work out the bugs. And we also talked that we should write into the ILA that there should never be a service degradation to the 5 principal cities if we should add other entities or cities or organizations into the ILA. So I know I went through that really quickly. There are a lot of other administrative changes too in the ILA just to improve it and make it a little bit better, but those were kind of the highlights of the changes that we made to the final ILA. Again, Kirkland, Lake Forest Park, and Shoreline have all approved. Should you opt to approve this final ILA tonight and authorize the city manager to execute this ILA, then our next steps will be to work with Kirkland, who will be the new administering agency. We've already tentatively planned for how we would transition the radar navigator positions over to Kirkland, but that would be the next step to thoughtfully and carefully do that. There's also a lot of steps that are needed to make sure we transfer the administration of the mid-grant funding appropriately, and then all 5 cities would stand up this agency and start to implement this regional collaborative work on your behalf for the community. Any questions for myself or Brooke at this time, or anything that you feel like you wanted to see in the final ILA that was perhaps not included?
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you so much, Becky, for this presentation and for the very thoughtful changes that were made to the ILA and that you've been able to report to us tonight. My most pressing question is who makes up the executive board and how is that different from the principals assembly? Just for clarification, but that's more for my edification and understanding. Rather, there's no opposition. I'm just interested, and I very much appreciate all of the work that went into this, and the comprehensive nature of this ILA. I think it's incredibly wise to say, let's refine before we expand. So good move there. And Yeah. There's a little part of me that's sad to see it not being administered in Bothell anymore. But I very much respect the work of our partner agencies. And I know that Kirkland's going to do good work. And we're going to keep Brooke, right? Brooke's just going to transfer over there. And so I'd like to see this be successful. And I think that this is some very important steps are being made for that success. So thank you.
So just very quickly, and Brooke can correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't know if I have the ILA completely memorized, but the executive board is made up of city administrators, or city managers, or their designees from each city. But there's also some language that it can't be delegated too far into the organization. And the principals are elected officials from each of the cities.
Cool. Thank you.
Really? Nobody else? Go ahead.
I just want to say, I like how Becky said, I don't have the whole ILA memorized, but if I can pick a few things from page 34, paragraph 5.
I liked how Becky was like started this off like full auctioneer style. She's like, okay, we're gonna talk about this now, and I'm tired. I want to go home.
Yes.
I just have a couple quick questions. Is 2023 year one? Like, are we talking about something that's going to get stood up in January?
Yes, we expect to have the articles of incorporation done and the new entity started and the positions transferred over by the end of the first quarter in 2023.
Okay. When do we find out that Brooks gets hired as the executive director?
I want to be really careful about how we talk about that because that position will be advertised.
Okay.
It'll be advertised broadly in the region, and we want the most qualified, highly qualified candidate that we can find. And the way that ILA is set up, each city has a seat at the table on that hiring panel. And so we're very excited about that. But I'm very hopeful that we have the most qualified and highly capable candidate there.
Who at the city is going to be on that panel for that decision? Is that the city managers or is that the principals?
I believe it'll be the executive board.
Okay.
And so it'll either be probably Kyle, Tony, or myself.
Okay, fantastic. The only thing I had feedback on is the way to fund it other than budget per capita. Do we think there's going to be more than just like simple year-over-year variance in terms of the amount of service provided to individual cities?
We aren't entirely sure what the cost will be for future biennium. I should have probably reminded you that the cost for this program is already in our budget. It is funded in our public safety levy line items. And we already had a public safety levy responder position in our budget. We just increased that amount a little bit to move us to the full 13-member team. I do think, Brooke, we might have also gotten some positive news today about grant funding. I don't know if you're ready to share that.
Yeah, I think it's out in the world at this point that King County Council approved their budget, and it included our full allocation that we had in previous biennia with the adjustment for inflation plus $300,000 for the current or the coming biennium. That's thanks to the advocacy of Councilmember Dembowski. So we'll have additional mid funds that we weren't really banking on when we worked through the budget numbers for the coming years.
Fantastic. I like good news. Thank you, Councilmember Dembowski. Not that you're listening. That's all I've got in terms of questions written down. I'll entertain a motion. Councilmember Dodd.
I move to authorize the city manager to execute the interlocal agreement with the Regional Crisis Response Agency along with the Articles of Incorporation to implement the Regional Mobile Crisis Response Program.
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Dodd and a second from Councilmember Zorns to approve the recommended action. Any comment? Councilmember Mankey.
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate all the work that went into this initiative. Getting 5 municipalities to agree on anything, let alone a multi-page operating document and funding, I think is really a testament to the fact that this need exists in the community and that we're all committed to it. So very excited about this. I do think the regional approach is the way that this is going to work. It makes it scalable versus doing it on our own. And I'm glad to see that the 3 cities have already approved this. I think there's support here from council, and I would urge the final city to also approve this when this comes before them very soon. So that's all that I had to say, and I'm excited about this.
Councilmember McNeil?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to echo the comments of Councilmember Mankey and thank everybody for all their hard work and dedication on this. I remember when this first came before us a few years back, Councilmember Dabowski also had a big hand in ensuring the first funding came forward for this partnership, and it's a power statement of what we can do when we work together. And I look forward to this program going across not only our region but hopefully the nation, so that we get the services and help out into the communities that people need.
City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorn?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Mankey?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, next up, we have Agenda Bill 22167, King County Regional Homeless Authority Interlocal Agreement. City Manager?
I'm going to go straight to Becky.
Again, another item. I'd also like to recognize that hopefully we still have Alexis Mercedes Rink from, oh, there she is, from the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. Alexis, thank you so much for staying so late and being patient with us tonight as we talk about this really important ILA. So we will talk a little bit tonight about the background of the King County Authority ILA, a little bit about the regional collaboration that has also been put into this ILA, why we think it's a great idea, and some next steps. So just to remind everyone, you have heard about this before, but just some kind of key milestones. In 2019 is when the King County Regional Homelessness Authority was established. With community members in crisis in the Puget Sound area experiencing homelessness or with a threat of about to be homeless, this authority was created to address that need. In June, all of the area cities, well, I would say all the area cities, there are now 5 cities in this collaborative group that have been working together. It is Woodinville, Bothell, Kenmore, Lake Forest Park, and Shoreline. Began to work together on regional homelessness strategy and support, and also began to work closely with the authority at that time. In June, the city of Bothell, with those other cities, signed a North King County Coalition on Homelessness Memorandum of Understanding so that we could all work more closely together. And then in September of 2022, which seems forever ago, we did come and brief you on this potential ILA draft, and Alexis provided some information about the authority at that time. And so Alexis, with the 5 cities, have been working over the last few months to refine and polish this draft ILA that we bring the final version to you tonight. So this group of cities have been working very closely together. We try to formulate policies and strategies to address homelessness. We have the goal of ensuring individuals and families experiencing homelessness who are at imminent risk have access to services. This is a really important need in our region, and it is growing. We try to work on local needs. We collaborate with each other. We work on priorities and solutions throughout all of our jurisdictions. And now we are working closely with the authority and the authority's sub-region for the North King County area. And I have to say, Alexis has been really wonderful to work with. She's very passionate and is very collaborative and has checked in with all of our cities consistently, is a very active partner with NUSA, and we're really lucky to have her working with us. So just a few reminders about the Homelessness Authority. In 2019, King County and the City of Seattle established the authority with the purpose of joint and cooperative undertaking to coordinate services within this kind of larger regional equitable operational framework. They are to help establish standards and accountability. You know, all these cities are dealing with homelessness programs and services, and so the authority can kind of help provide some structure to that. We are working with Alexis on the regional action plan, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And also at the end, if you have any questions for Alexis about the authority, she'll be happy to answer those. So as the cities in this regional group have worked together for the last several months, you know, we've talked a lot about an ILA, but you may be asking yourself why. Why are we doing this ILA with the authority? Homelessness is a regional issue. It knows no boundaries. So if we have a client in Bothell, we could very easily be referring them to services in any of the 5 cities, depending on what their needs are at any given time. These are not challenges unique to any one city. We're all dealing with this, and we do not have unlimited resources, so we have to work more closely together. We have to improve our strategy. One of the things about this ILA is that it ensures all cities are contributing to homelessness services in our area. So the city of Bothell has already invested in homelessness service and nonprofit grants. We've done that historically. This ILA gives a little bit of structure and gives some requirements so that all cities agree to contribute money to homelessness services, which is pretty important. So the ILA really outlines the contractual agreement that we'll have with the authority so that they can provide services to or on behalf of cities where it makes sense. And this ILA helps our city govern and oversee the authority's efforts as they work with us. So we talked about this before in September. There are some key components to the ILA. It does ensure consistent funding and support from all cities. It's in a phased approach and aligns with all the cities' biennial budget cycles. So probably the main component of this ILA is pooled funding. So each city is agreeing to put money into a pot of money and give it to the authority for them to expend on our behalf. This ILA, which you also have a copy of in your packet, the final ILA, it does set terms for services that need to be provided by the authority. All of city attorneys have reviewed this ILA and provided multiple comments. It requires documentation, proper and detailed records, and annual reporting from the authority. It also sets terms for each of the partner cities and how our funding should look if we're going to be a part of this ILA. A really important component for some cities was that they wanted to be able to withdraw from the ILA if for some reason it wasn't meeting their needs. And so there was some language put into the ILA about exactly how those notifications would be done and when they should be done. And the good thing is all of the cities are on the same budget cycles, so it makes it really easy. This ILA is an initial 4-year term, and there is a phased approach. So what's going to happen in 23-24, if this ILA is approved, the authority really wanted to honor the investments that we were already making in homelessness service contracts with our own providers. And so if this ILA is approved, we, the city of Bothell, will take the amount of grant funds that we know are already going to clear homelessness service providers. We'll take that grant money and give it to the authority, who will then execute all those contracts on our behalf. And if you're interested in the nonprofits that the authority already has contracts with or relationships with, they're listed there. Sophia Way, Helen's Place, Congregations for the Homeless, Emergency Men's Shelter, Friends of Youth Transitional Living, which is located in Bothell, Lake City Partners Ending Homelessness, which you may know is the nonprofit group that supports the Oaks Shelter and Shoreline, and HopeLink Housing. So the way that we selected our nonprofits to receive funding for homelessness services we actually talked to our providers, our navigators, our DV advocate, our police department, and we said, where do you refer clients the most to? That's where we want to invest our homelessness dollars because it makes the most sense. Those are the agencies, and those are also the agencies that are most pervasive in the region. So the authority already has relationships with them. So that's what would happen in 23, 24. And then in 25, 26, all cities agreed to contribute $120 per capita into the authority pooled fund, with the option to contribute more. So then as we work together with the authority and we work on policies and strategies, we were very involved in the process, but we then give those funds to the authority who will execute those contracts and services on our behalf, but in close coordination with us. So I just want to give an example of, in practical terms, what that might be. Now, I don't know that this is exactly specific because I don't know that the other cities would continue to give or earmark funds to, say, the Oaks Shelter and Shoreline. But so just an example of how this collaborative effort works. If all 5 cities are referring clients and community members to the Oaks Shelter and Shoreline, we're going to give grant funds to the Lake City partners who kind of manage that shelter. So instead of the shelter getting money and contracts with 5 different cities, they now can have one contract with the authority. So it cuts down on administrative processing time. It's more streamlined for our providers. It also allows the authority to make more headway in strategy and collaboration with different clients, to be honest with you. So instead of having 5 contracts, they would have just the one. And there's a lot of things built into the ILA that would govern how the authority is expending those funds and working with those providers on our behalf. So I know that was a lot of information too, and I know it's late, but I also want to open it up for questions. I know that Alexis is a wealth of knowledge and probably has way more immediate knowledge on the ILA specifics than I do, but tonight we would like for you to consider authorizing the city manager to execute this final ILA and for us to be a part of this collaboration. Are there any questions?
Councilmember Alders.
Thank you so much for this. I'm really excited to see, I serve on the North King County Coalition on Homelessness, and so I've been able to see this process unfold over the last 10 months and be a part of it. And like, this is why people get involved in local issues, is so that they can be a part of things that like get done and make a difference. So tonight's actually really special. Thanks, Alexis, for being here. I'm glad that we've been able to do this over the course of the last several months. And my question, and tell me if I'm wrong about the math here, our current grants to homelessness agencies, you said was $104,000 approximately. How is that more or less than what the per capita suggested rate is that is proposed for 25, 26?
What a great question. So the 120 per capita for the out years represents about $60,000 in homelessness grant funds for the city of Bothell, roughly around $60,000. That 120 that we selected was actually pretty deliberate. We actually do invest in probably a little more than $60,000 each year in homelessness services and grants. There's elements of homelessness services that are kind of embedded throughout multiple contracts. You know, we have more than 30 human services grants. So we selected the nonprofit grants that are clearly identifiable as homelessness providers. And that comes to about $52,000 a year. I don't know if I would say to make it easier, but just because we know that those organizations already have contracts with the authority, and they're clearly, I mean, it's very easy to know that those particular contracts are providing homelessness services. There's a few, well, before I go into that, what I'd like to say is historically, City Council has asked that we allocate about $8 per capita for human services grant funding for our community. We think, and I hope that the community thinks, that kind of taking a part of that $8, taking that $120, it's late in the night and I'm not great at public math, but that's like 15%. So you're really saying, community, we're going to earmark about 15% of our human services grants to homelessness providers. That's about right, and it might actually even be a little bit low. One of the reasons why you see the discrepancy in the number, the 52,000, why it doesn't quite add up to 58 or 60,000, which is kind of what the per capita future rate would be, is that we have a contract with DVS, Domestic Violence Services, out of Snohomish County. They also provide homelessness services, but right now, they're Snohomish County. We don't want the King County Homelessness Authority to take on that contract and administer that contract. And so we decided to pluck that out of the 23-24 contracts. And that was a whole lot of information, and I don't know if I answered your questions.
Yes, and can you speak to the 104,000 that was mentioned in your presentation?
So the 104,000, I believe, is both the 23 and the 24 amount. If it's 52,000.
Just divide it in half and you get the 52,000.
Yeah.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
Councilmember Dodd.
Thank you. I had an opportunity to meet with Nigel Herbig from this organization to just get a little caught up before this meeting, which was great. And I guess the question I have is, if we're shifting our budget to this agreement, Nigel, I asked, and he was clear that it's King County. So what are we doing to continue to support within our Snohomish County sphere? Because, that border doesn't just pop up.
Yeah. Well, each year you're funding, about $380,000 total in just human services grants. There's some part of that that is going to Snow County providers. Some part of that is homelessness services. So I wouldn't say that we're taking anything away from Snohomish County.
No, and I wouldn't imply that either. I just want to make sure we have both counties in sight. And I also, to a point, let's say someone asks for help and they're at Fred Meyer, they're not going to not get accepted through this system either, right?
Not at
okay,
all.
so.
And I don't want to speak on behalf of our navigators, our police department, or even sometimes our parks operations folks that are potentially interfacing with people that are homeless or unhoused. But there are no jurisdictional lines when it comes to shelters and services. I will say, and maybe Alexis has her hand up, maybe she'll comment on this. One of the key components of the ILA for the North King County subregion is that the money that's put in to this ILA, there is a very strict requirement that the services have to be provided within our city boundaries, or we all had to have agreed that that money could go somewhere else. So we're pretty happy that that's been worked into the ILA. Alexis, I didn't know if you had something.
I just wanted to chime in quickly. Good evening, Council. I think this might be the latest City Council presentation I've ever been at. So good evening, all. Just wanted to chime in to say, absolutely, I really appreciate the question, Councilmember Dodd, namely because you're absolutely right. There's invisible lines between counties, between cities, and wanted to elevate that we work closely with our Snohomish County partners as well as our Pierce County partners, because we recognize that there are folks that go between county lines to access services and get what they need. And so just wanted to give that affirmation that we do coordinate with other counties as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And thanks for joining us so late. We try not to keep our guests this late normally, I would think, but yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Zornson.
Quick question. I've toured some of these facilities and they're fabulous. the work that they do. And I know that there are some churches that will have, and I'm sure there are other organizations that will have overnight parking for people who are in cars or in RVs. Do any of these facilities accommodate overnight parking? And has there been any discussion about identifying places for people to do overnight parking in vehicles or RVs?
Fantastic question. Thank you, Councilmember Zorn. So absolutely. So speaking to that first piece around safe parking at churches, I know there's one site within North King County that has safe parking currently. It's not currently funded by us, but we are opening up future RFP opportunities because we are looking to expand safe parking options as we are seeing a rise in vehicle residents and a lack of full solutions to address the needs of folks who are living out of cars and RVs. And so we know of one site within North King County that provides safe parking. The current organizations that have been listed out do not have any safe parking programs yet, but we are looking at expanding those options countywide.
Thank you. Because, obviously there will be a need for that, and how that's managed and remediated and where people can get some help would be I guess a next major area of focus for our area. Thank you.
Councilmember McNeil.
Thank you, Mayor. And hello, Alexis. It's good to see you again. Been having these conversations for quite some time, and it's good to see the work coming together. I had a couple questions around the regionalization piece. We're doing this here, sub-region here in the north end. How are we communicating with other sub-regions?
Fantastic question. So on my team, we have a number of regionally based planners. Currently, we have an East King County planner, a South King County planner, and a Seattle Metro planner, and I take the lead on our other subregions, including North King County, Snoqualmie Valley, Urban Unincorporated. And we keep a very strong presence in working in collaboration with jurisdictions, system partners, local service providers, and folks with lived experience of homelessness. And so we have a full county reach, and our team comes together often to talk about what are kind of the things happening within each subregion, where are there similarities, where are there differences, and how we can tailor our approaches to really meet the unique needs of each subregion.
Fabulous. So it's encouraging. So we'll be studying the needs of each subregion, dropping that down into each community. And then that goes to the outcomes. We always talk about the outcomes. What are those outcomes? What type of reporting will we have in meeting those outcomes? We hear about that a lot at the RPC and ensuring, around the region that we all are participating in those conversations. So what will happen with reporting on outcomes? What do we see happening there?
Absolutely. So it's our aspiration as the authority to actually develop sub-regional dashboards to be able to dashboard out how each sub-region is doing in terms of where are we seeing inflow, how many exits to permanent housing options, and what is our return rate to homelessness as well. These are system level metrics that we track on our website. We have a number of dashboards, but they really report countywide, and we want to hone in on each sub-region in that type of reporting. In terms of other outcomes, what's embedded in the ILA is financial reporting. So we would be reporting to you all specifically around funding and funding distribution status and where it's going. So you'd be receiving that information from us. And then I think the third piece that I would speak to with regards to outcomes is we would be annually at minimum reporting to councils around our activities and work in North King County. So what is the work we're undertaking? What are new projects underway? And what are successes that we're seeing?
Fabulous, thank you. And then lastly, the question about additional grant opportunities and funding from the state and the county, not all falling to the cities themselves, but is there opportunities for additional funds to come in there and to apply for those funds?
Absolutely. Fantastic question. I think I'd elevate an example in response to that. A few months ago, time's a little funny, but a while back, Governor Inslee, in partnership with the state legislature, made a state right-of-way funding opportunity available. The King County Regional Homelessness Authority, we applied for that funding and secured $43 million to be able to resolve encampments along state right-of-ways and place people into permanent housing options. And so that was one opportunity we were able to take advantage of, and we've been working with the Department of Transportation in site identification and actually being able to resolve those encampments and house people as a result of that funding. And so we have a government affairs manager who works with our state partners and is also working on spearheading with our federal delegation to identify additional fund sources to tap into as well. Because we definitely recognize we need the impact of all of our levels of government really contributing and adding funding so we can really be able to fund housing solutions for everybody.
Great, thank you. I appreciate all your hard work and dedication to this. It's very important that we continue to communicate on the need. The needs are going to ever change here, especially with the unprecedented times coming upon us. So again, more than ever, thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you.
I don't see any more questions, and I don't have any either, so I will entertain a motion if somebody is willing to do so. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move to authorize the city manager to execute the interlocal agreement with KCHRA to provide services in our region, approving our participation in the pooled funding effort and collaborative policy work for homeless services.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion on the floor from Deputy Mayor Alcabra and a second from Councilmember Aldrich to move the recommended action. Would anybody like to discuss the motion? Seeing none, City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Aldrich?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Menke?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Fantastic. Alexis, thank you. Do you need us to call anybody and say that you need to sleep in tomorrow?
Thank you for that. Maybe I'll take you up on that.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Next up, those were both the presentations. So now we are going to do Agenda Bill 22165, consideration of contract with Gordon Thomas Honeywell, Government Affairs for Federal Government Relation Services. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor, and still good evening, Council. I'll say this isn't even in my top 10 of latest meetings, so no worries. Tonight before you is a contract to consider for Federal Government Relation Services with Gordon Thomas Honeywell Government Affairs, or GTH for short. You'll recall that in September, there was the decision made to renew an agreement at the state level, also with the same company, but a different resource. By way of background on the federal component of this, it was last September in 2021 that the council chose to expand efforts around lobbying and government relations and approved a contract that was new for service with GTH for government relations at the federal level, and it extends just through the end of this year. So before you tonight is a contract that would keep that going. Again, we've talked about ROI on this one. It's pretty good math of, in this first year, $19 million in funding, pretty good rate of return. The one thing that I wanted to highlight too is that when we had the conversation around the state contract, there was a question on if we could merge these two scopes of work into one agreement, and if it would be more efficient to do that. So we did pose that to to GTH to see what we could do. Bonus points for asking them a question they hadn't had before. So no other client had ever asked that, and they weren't set up or prepared to do it, but they're intrigued. So in the short answer, though, in the matter of a month and a half, their billing system didn't support the idea of merging these two because they are at different rates and it's different resources. And they said, we'll look into it. So that's why this is still a separate agreement. We can certainly have the opportunity to keep tracking, and if things are going well, and it looks like both of these services are things that the council in the future wants to keep moving forward, we'll ask again and see what we can do. That was the main reason of having the conversation tonight. Otherwise, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
or somebody can just make a motion.
Can I make a motion?
You can make a motion, yes.
I motion to authorize the city manager to execute in substantially the same form as presented the professional services agreements with Gordon Thomas Honeywell Government Affairs for 2023-2024 federal government relations services in the amount of $168,000.
Second.
All right, I have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Aldrich and a second from Councilmember Zorns to move the recommended action. Would anybody like to discuss the motion? I just want to say real fast that this was not an idea that council had. This is an idea that came from staff, and it was a really good one that worked really well for us. So whoever individually had that idea first, thank you, and corporately, thank you as well. City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Mankey?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
All right, next up, we have Agenda Bill 22168, suspend the rules of recording for the upcoming Arts and Planning Commission interviews. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Thompson. Yeah, historically, the council suspends rules of recording for things like council retreat and board and commission interviews. And so we are, again, presenting that tonight since we do have a special meeting on the 29th for interviews for arts and parks commissions. I will say that during COVID, we still, because we were virtual, we broadcast so that people could join virtually, but we did not record that broadcast. And so we could essentially do that again on the 29th because we are going to offer the hybrid option to our folks that have applied. And right now we have, I believe, 12 people that we're going to be interviewing, but it closes Friday at 5. So with that, I will turn it over to you for discussion to see if you want to suspend the rules of recording for the interviews.
Jean, you want to make this motion?
I closed my notes. I move the recommended action.
Second.
All right, I have a motion from Councilmember Zorns and a second from, we'll call it Councilmember Aldrichs, to suspend the rules of recording on November 29th, 2022. City Clerk?
Please say yes or no when I call your name. Councilmember Zorns?
Yes.
Mayor Thompson?
Yes.
Councilmember Alders?
Yes.
Councilmember McNeil?
Yes.
Councilmember Mankey?
Yes.
Councilmember Dodd?
Yes.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor Alcabra?
Yes.
Passes 7-0. Thank you.
We're so efficient after 11 p.m. Next up is council conversations. Councilmember McNeil.
Yeah, I have a couple things. I just wanted to, I know we're not going to be together again before the holiday, but I wanted to say thank you to everyone at city staff, city hall, all the departments for everything that you do for us each and every day, keeping us grounded and keeping us moving forward. So I just wanted to say thank you to everyone and thank you to council for the robust discussions that we've had this year. As we go into this holiday season, something weighs heavy on me, and that's the loss of some young students in Virginia. And I think that we just all need to reflect on the positive things that happen in life and see how we can reach out and lend a hand to others in need. This holiday season means a lot. So I just I want to say thank you to everybody for everything you do, and hopefully we can all stay positive and celebrate a little bit of love.
On that, I mean, you just mentioned people, the tragedy in Virginia, and then you said, let us stay positive. How's that? Just kidding. By the way, speaking of positive, there is a fundraiser for the parent to help the parents or the family of the student at what's it called?
At Ingram High.
Ingram High. Thank you. Yes, I was going to say Inglemore, but Ingram High. Yeah. So there's a GoFundMe for the family.
I also want, I'm really glad that Councilmember McNeil brought up not just praise for staff because I wanted to just do a little shout out to our road sweepers. Yesterday, a couple days ago, I was driving up Veteran Memorial Drive and I was seeing just how much debris was on the side of the road, and I was like, I'm going to be riding my bike down that, and it's going to be wet and slippery and gross. And then when I got there to ride my bike down today, it was clear, because road sweepers do their job, and I was so grateful. We recently had a presentation about their work, and it is seen, it is noticed, it is appreciated. But also to go off of what Councilmember McNeil is saying about the holidays, this is a time of year when many people turn to how they can help people in need, recognizing that with colder weather and temperatures, that the needs that exist all year long become a little more dire when we're talking about cold. I've had the opportunity to participate in winter shelters through local interfaith efforts, through Lake City Partners. Those they've morphed and evolved over the last few years. They're like the Oaks. The winter shelter became the Oaks, which means that it's a 24/7, 365 shelter now. It's fantastic. There are still opportunities for community members to provide meals for the residents of the shelter. So if you go to Lake City Partners Ending Homelessness, their website, you can find a way to sign up to take sack lunches on weekends. And I have had several just very positive experiences of working with small groups of kids, of other community members, to put together 40 lunches, 40 dinners, and take it to the shelter. And so I strongly encourage anybody in the community to look for opportunities like that to help out those who are in most need. Holidays are a time where we do a lot of that. It's a good time to start looking for those opportunities and make it a normal routine part of your life. Other examples is I actually linked in my newsletter this last week to justserve.org. You can find several of our human services agencies that the city provides grants to on Just Serve. So if there's opportunities where you're like, I'm really glad that HopeLink does really good work in our community, and I want to do more than just know that my tax dollars are going to it. You can find it on Just Serve, find out what the volunteer opportunities are, get involved, how you can contribute to these agencies. So that has been my project for this last week, is to finding out, just searching for, I can't say post-pandemic, but where we are at in the pandemic, how to reconnect with volunteer opportunities, especially around the holidays. And so I just want to put that out there for members of council. If anybody would like to get together with me and provide sack lunches for a weekend, let's do a project. And also tell your friends, tell your churches, tell your families that there are ways to contribute and get out there and serve. So sorry to preach at you.
It happens in these meetings, right? I wanted to say thank you to Councilmember McNeil for his comments. We're coming up on what can be a tough time of year for people. Everybody goes through different periods in their lives. Someone this holiday season is grieving someone, and it's their first holiday season without them. It's their first holiday season as a new parent, feeling somewhat isolated with our pandemic measures. Reach out to your community and just talk to people, make connections, and remember that we're all in it together. It's so easy to find things to divide us up, but if you can take an extra moment to understand that people are coming from difficult places, that there's someone out there who's having a better day than you and a much worse day than you, and just inject that into your interactions in the community, we can have such a together, wonderful place where people want to hang out. So just to build on what you said, I think it's so important for us to support each other as neighbors right now. So thanks.
I want to thank you guys for, my brain is turning into mush, and I forgot that I have 6 boxes to deliver tomorrow, so got to remember that. I just want to say thank you to everybody. I'm ready to say goodnight. And everybody get a good night's rest, but don't fall asleep till you get home and put your head on the pillow. And happy Thanksgiving.
My gavel hand is twitching. We're adjourned.